Oh, hello, hello. Can I be heard? Can I be seen? I like I think I forgot how to do this. What are we doing? What's going on? Who's here? What's going on? I think you guys can hear me. I think you guys can see me. We're back. We're back, baby. We're back. It's been a very interesting winter for sure. Um Hello, Ronnie. How are you? Raylene, we have a lot to chat about, and it is in the very early stages of things that need to be talked about. Um, Yay! Okay, good. I'm glad that you guys can see and hear me. Um, we have to chat about some things, y'all, before we get into like the one. Hi, my name's Lily, and I'm the Chatty Juror. I like to cover legal stuff from a standpoint of someone who has no background in legal anything, because why not? I have a voice and opinions, and I'm going to talk about stuff. Um, the the background. Shh, shh. We don't talk about that. We're not talking about that right now. Maybe I'll change it. Maybe I won't. Maybe it'll be winter forever, freezing cold. I mean,
It's Christmas time, the best time of the year. All the elves are making toys filled with Christmas cheer. They know Santa's waiting, and all the children too. For every toy and Christmas joy.
so it's Christmas time still. I missed Christmas with y'all. I missed New Year's with y'all. I missed Thanksgiving with y'all. It's been a couple of months. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Um, One of the last rooms I did was one of the first passings this winter. It was a pup that I dog sat for. Um, and then very soon after, probably within the month, um, the pup's brother um, also passed. That one was even harder on me. That dog was like my soul pup. No, it was not my dog, but I had been watching it and taking care of it for a very long time. And it just like knew, like we just like shared souls. Like it was just so like ingrained in to like my day, like almost every day, it was like, how is this dog doing? Where is this puppy? Um, so I was grateful enough to be there for the dog's mom, human, and the friendship that has evolved out of loving those dogs is fantastic, and would not take that for granted. And then I had about three weeks ago, my best friend pass away, who, when I met them when I moved here, it was one of the first people I like met, and I was applying for a job, and she said, "You'll be back tomorrow, and you will be working here." And I was like, "All right, bestie." And so that was happening as well. I feel as if I don't sort of come back and try to do this more again continually, um, maybe more bad things will happen. So hopefully no more bad things happen. I have a lot of healing to do, but um, knowing that I will never fully heal from my friend passing away is um, like acknowledging that inside my body is like, get back to the things that bring you joy. So thanks, Ronnie. You have been an incredible supporter of me for a long time, and um I would not change that. And I'm glad we both were able to be there for sure. That was very necessary for both of us for many, many reasons. So anywho, let's, before we jump into Sarah Boone day 4. We only have a couple days left of Sarah Boone. Day 4 is actually going to go by really fast. I did a little skipping ahead. I have not watched full day 4, but I kind of did a boot scoot and boogie through day 4 stream, and there is a lot of nothing happening. So we might be able to finish day 5 or even start day 5 and then get to and then I think like day 6 is like verdict. So we're gonna boot scoot and boogie through that. But before we get into that, I want to just kind of touch on some other things that have been happening, especially like super recently. I know that we did a lot with the Karen Reed trial, the first Karen Reed trial, because there will be another one. And I know that there's a lot of chatter about quite possibly this next motion to dismiss is going to be approved because of all of the quite possible Brady violations and blah, 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 blah. I don't think it's going to. This Judge Canoni, Judge Bev, little blonde bob with the bangs. I love that haircut on her. She found, like, to be fair, she may not be my favorite judge. She may allegedly might have fallen into a little bit of corruption as well, maybe even like subconsciously, like not even realizing it, but that's all alleged. I know nothing about her, but she found her haircut. Like, she found her style, and it works for her. I think it's absolutely perfect. Oh, Judge Bev, not you too. I know, I know. It's hard for me as just a layperson to not think that there is quite possibly some malevolence in her past that has led to some sticky situations in this case. Right now, just yesterday, there was another hearing. There's been hearings after hearings. The ideal start April 1st for the Karen Reed trial part 2. But unfortunately, hey, Ray. Well, unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to be it. I really hope it does not get pushed closer to summertime. Um, just because it's summertime. I think spring is great. I think summer's not it. I think fall is great. And I think winter's not it. I think there needs to be like, oh, see, this is, I was just saying, some people think that this next motion to dismiss is really going to push Judge Bev over the edge and say we are done here. But I disagree. I love you, but I disagree. I love you, but I disagree. I don't think it's going to. I think she is dead set on getting a second trial. I think there are so many things that could quite possibly turn around and bite her in her little tush, her little judge tush, if she dismisses this case um without a second trial. I think that there is I think that there's a little bit of her trying to, without saying out loud, without saying out loud, that she made a little loopsy. She made a little loopsy by not um uh reading the room with the jury, by not asking some very poignant questions while the verdict was being handed down. I think this is her just sort of digging her heels in and just saying, we're doing it again. Y'all need to get your act together. Y'all need to get your shit together. Y'all need to grab everything you need to and figure it out. Because in the grand scheme of things, yes, did she make some rulings during the first trial that I was not into? Sure. Was the first trial an absolute dumpster fire? Sure. But in the end, which we have just found out yesterday, there is still video of the Sally port of the garage at the police station that has not been viewed by the defense. So what happened yesterday is we found out that the Commonwealth has been piecemealing little bits of this video, the full-length video of the Sally Port, because this is like one of the most key moments in the Karen Reed case, is what happened to this SUV while it was in police custody, from the moment it hit that trailer to the moment it was removed from the Sally Port. When uh when CSI, crime scene investigators, forensic investigators were coming in and pulling up bits of glass and taking all these pictures, what happened? And there is video. There is video. Do we have the whole thing from beginning to end? Absolutely not. Of course not. That would be wild. That would be easy. That would be good for both sides. But we don't have the whole thing. What we do have is little bits and pieces that someone, and that's it, that someone, the words, the name, the job description, the who, the date, the when, the where, the why, unknown, someone who is now currently retired downloaded it, ripped it from wherever it's stored, they're calling it the DVR, and uploaded selections, a select little bits and pieces to the cloud, right? To the cloud. So what happens is, so let me break this down just a little bit more. So what happens is there's video footage, it's stored on a DVR, and so if something's stored, is recorded on, let's say, February 2nd, it will be written over within 30 days. So it does not exist. Potentially it could, if you're, super smarty computer person. Potentially it could, because does data ever really get deleted? But it gets written over within 30 days or at the 30-day mark. So stuff is not going to continue to exist on this DVR, on this file, on this drive for more than 30 days. So when the defense said, "Hey, by the way, Commonwealth, here's our request for you to not trash anything. We need every little bit of evidence, digital, physical. We need all the bits of evidence for this case." 3-4 days after this video was recorded, you would think that someone would say, "Oh, we've had a camera rolling, a motion activated camera rolling on her vehicle that's been in the Sally Port. We should save that." And someone said, "I'll save a little bit. I'll go through and kind of pick some out and upload it to some random cloud account, and then forget." And not give all of it to the defense before the first trial. Is it the cop that retired then died of cancer? I can't remember his name. No, I did not hear them mention that this person is now deceased. I did hear them mention that this person is now retired. If it was I'm now retiring because I'm old enough to retire, I'm now retiring because I don't want to be associated with this anymore, I'm now retiring because if I don't retire, they're going to fire me. I don't know. But all they said, and the Commonwealth kept reiterating that it was just someone who has now been retired. So was it a forced retirement? Was it an optional retirement? Was it because you reached that age? I don't know. The identity of the person has not been revealed yet. So let's talk about what happened just a little bit before this that has led to the reason for this level of outrage. So in the Karen Reed case, there was communication between the defense and the Commonwealth, and the defense said, "Hey, I want all of this footage." Mind you, this is before they get that little piece of footage, and we'll kind of go back to it. So they're like, "We want all of the footage from the Sally Port, which is the garage." And so the Commonwealth was like, "Okay, you can come look if you want, but 30 days is 30 days, my guy." And the reason they wanted the full length, front to back, bottom to top video footage of the Sally Port from the motion activated cameras within the Canton Police Department was because, well, in the first trial, their shit was flipped, my guy. It was flipped. We all had this moment of, Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's fiddling with this taillight that is one of the most important pieces of this case? Is it broken? Is it shattered? Is it cracked? Is it gone? Why are we? Oh, it's flipped. We did a loop de doop. We did a little turnaround. So they wanted the original footage ripped straight from the DVR for the metadata. So they could say, hey, look, in trial one, they fudged, they manipulated, they changed this video on purpose. Here's the real video, and we didn't change it. And you can see that they're back. Like, so they wanted the real footage for the metadata, for the time, the length, the when it was activated, when it was deleted, who has anything been changed, what has been changed, why has it been changed. They wanted the metadata, they wanted the exact information so that a real life expert in this sector of our universe, metadata and video footage, can say what exactly happened compared to watching the real footage to the first trial footage that we got. And then they were like, oh, we can flip-flop it, we can put it down, flip it, and reverse it for you if you really want to see it like the right way. Ugh, I don't know why you want to see that the right way, jury. Why can't you just take our word? Why can't you just take our word that it's like it's fine? Lally was wild with that one. um It was a wild moment. Absolutely, absolutely wild moment. So they sent an expert. Now, when someone sends an expert to do anything, they are going to be charged a lot of money because experts get paid a lot of money because they are top of their field. They know what they're doing. They've been doing it a long time. They cost money. To us, it will seem like a lot of money. To them, to lawyers, to experts, to people who exist in the world of legal stuff, it's not that much money. So someone screwed up for sure. So Karen Reed and her team sent an expert from, I believe, Arizona all the way out to Canton, Massachusetts. One night hotel stay, airfare. They need food. They need to get from the airport to Canton PD to say, all right, I'm here. I'm here for the footage. Give to me the footage. And within minutes, they were like, oh, I'm sure that's gone, my guy. Oh, okay. Yikes. So this expert said, well, I'm here to do a job. Let me see if I can do this job. Let me see if I can find it. Could not find it. Worked for about 12 hours. Could not find this footage. Went back to the hotel, stayed the night, got on the plane, came home. Look, there's no original footage. There's no metadata. There's nothing that we can do. Sorry, I don't have anything. But you still need to pay me for my time. You still need to pay for the plane. You still need to pay for the Ubers and the food and the snacks. And I needed to get a bottle of water, and unfortunately, it was from the hotel minibar in the room, so that cost you $17. So they had to pay. So who has to pay? Karen Reed. Karen Reed has to pay. So they were like, hey, can we get the Commonwealth to pay them? Because they said it was there and it wasn't. And so that was like the main reasoning for the hearing on Friday. And then it comes down to, did they say it was there, or did you just hear that? Did they say that it probably wasn't there, but you're welcome to come check? Or did they say that it's definitely there and we'll give it to you? So it definitely was not there. Is Karen Reed going to get her money back from that? Most likely not. Most likely not, because it comes down to what was exchanged. What was the actual verbal written exchange between the Commonwealth and the defense to send someone there? Were they sending them on hopes and dreams, or were they sending them on the word of the Commonwealth, which we all know we cannot take seriously, or as truth, because God forbid. God forbid, right? So that's a whole thing. So they got a video. So that was that. A couple of days ago, they received a video of what we were told in this hearing was to be someone driving Karen Reed's SUV in reverse into the Canton PD Sally Port. That was the video that was received by the defense. That was the description we were given. That video had never been seen before by anyone. So that was one of the first pieces of the piecemealed video, the selections, the select bits that were somehow uploaded to a cloud account and now given, and now the defense is like, I don't know how bigger the fire under our asses could be, but it's bigger. And we're pissed. We're pissed. Why was this not available pre-trial one? Why is this now available barely pre-trial two? We're just getting it. They're just getting it. It's a whole mess. It's a whole nightmare. I feel really bad for Karen right now. I feel really bad for Karen. And so the defense went up and had the whole like, what are we doing here? We don't have everything. We can't go to trial yet again because we're now being shown that there's more, but we don't have the rest of the more. And then of course the Commonwealth was like, excuse me, actually, to be fair, to be quite frank, we also don't have the entire extraction of Karen Reed's phone for, for us. So we would like that too. We also would like metadata. So it's very much feeling like click versus click, and Judge Bev is not having it. Judge Bev is tired and wants to be done with this. Hopefully we're able to start April 1st with the Karen Reed trial. I don't know. I do not think it's going to be dismissed though, because ultimately Judge Canoni was like, get it together. Send the Commonwealth what they need. Commonwealth, send the defense what they need. Cut it out. Cut it out. Stop it. Like, we're done here. We have been here for so long. We're done. We're done existing in the space of their bat, of pointing fingers, of like the Spider-Man meme. Like, we're done. Just send them what they need and let's move on. Okay, so that's pretty much like a little sort of momentary update on the Karen Reed case of what's going on. What's going on? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Karen Reed's going through it. So we have to get back into the Sarah Boone trial, but I also want to chat. There's a thing happening in Binghamton. If you all are familiar, Binghamton, New York is it's not a big city. It's, I would say, like a medium-sized city. It's not small. There's something happening out there right now. We have been I don't live there anymore, but I grew up there. And I've been seeing a lot of very concerning posts, a lot of very concerning news articles and live videos. And this is a developing story moment. Something is happening where people are going missing, and some are being found deceased in very odd places. I have a strange feeling, and this theory is not one that is, just settling inside my brain. It's settling inside of a lot of people's brains, especially those who are experiencing this, especially those who have experienced their own loss in this very like last month or two. This is getting a little concerning. I am worried about my friends and loved ones who are still in the area. Has been some talk about quite possibly there being something very nefarious existing within Broome County, to the level of people sort of screaming from rooftops that there's a serial killer about. I am going to be doing some research. I'm going to be reading and looking and talking and reaching out to people, because if this is true, more people need to know about it. More people need to talk about this. More people need to be on the lookout and keep their heads on a swivel. There has been an odd number, way above average, in my opinion, of people who have gone missing for a while. There have been random people who have been found in random homes, deceased, by supposedly causes that just cannot be spoken about on the news. I'm having a feeling that there is a lot of chatter behind the scenes between news outlets, like local news outlets, and police departments about not sharing information, or not being given enough information for them to report properly on this, due to quite possibly some sort of investigation, some sort of connection that they're finding as well. If other people are seeing this, if other people are seeing this, if people who are just existing online and they're saying, hey, there is something really not good happening, and we're all sort of on the same level, I'm gonna kind of follow that. I'm gonna follow that theory. So I am going to, in my personal time, do a little bit of digging. Ray, do you have any thoughts? Or I know you're probably driving or something. When you get a moment, please share your thoughts. I am going to. I'm not going to share anything, any pictures or threads of conversations or anything like that today. But I have been gathering some, and they are from people who I know, people who I grew up with, people who I went to school with, people who, friends of friends, fairly reliable sources, people who don't post on social media, who are coming onto social media to say things like there's something happening. um, commenting about their own personal experiences with someone in their family or a friend gone missing, for very, very strange reasons. So I wanted to give a heads up that if you see anything, if you hear anything, if you feel that you want to share anything, a news article or anything like that, please share with me. Um, I I don't know how to say anything like, wow, like this hits close to home. It is my home. And when I see people that are close to the people that I care about, even if I haven't seen them in a decade or two, I still care about these people and their loss. Um, yes, yes, they were. And that is one of the most recent ones. Um, and it's very concerning. It's so concerning. Um, I don't like it, and I think we should talk about it. And I'm going to. I sort of just came across it like a day or two ago, but I'm like I'm diving in. Something needs to happen, and it needs to be a topic that's shared, even if I only reach one or two people. I it needs to be communicated. I'm constantly out walking Yuki and I hear gunshots. It's sickening. I'm looking into it too. Yeah. Um, the level of danger in that area in Broome County has increased exponentially, since our youth. And yes, our youth was a long time ago. We're not children anymore, but it is so concerning. It is so concerning. And I think it's very safe to say that the political climate, that the financial climate, that the weather also can play a massive factor into um these sorts of things. A lot of people have issues around the holidays. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not gonna say I'm gonna try to figure it out, but I'm gonna try to see if I can get a little more information, um from anywhere. From anywhere, from anyone, from anywhere. If you have information, if you want to share a story, if you know someone who wants to share a story, um, leave a comment or something, because golly, this is bad. This is really bad, and it's really disheartening. There was a shooting right across the parking lot near my house. It's not the area. Um, oh, it's not. Yeah, it's not the area. Side note: you and I will have a conversation about the corner house in my street. They terrify me. Yes, yes, and that is something like cameras. They're not expensive. They're not cheap, but cameras are great. Cameras, security codes, alarms. Just taking extra measures to protect yourself is very important. Very important right now, especially in Broome County. Um, especially if you are what I am seeing, white. Um, if you age doesn't really seem from the pictures and the posts and the related conversations, age doesn't really seem to be a factor. From what I have been seeing, there has been majority Caucasian folks um who are being taken, gone missing, being found unalived. Like there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. So I'm going to talk about that. So before we get into Sarah Boone, where the hell were we with Sarah Boone? I know, remember she took the stand, and what the hell happened there? Golly, she sucks. She sucks so much. Let's get Sarah Boone up here. Let's talk about it. That's enough. I don't want to be that small in the corner. Is that's too big. That's that's fine. Up, down. We'll figure it out. Have forgotten. I also don't have a monitor. So that is where we are at with that. So it might be a little wiggly. So sorry. So sorry. Let's just jump into day 4. If you can't hear it, let me know. If you can't see it, let me know. Sarah Boone. Oh, duh. I'm a dingus. If you don't know, Sarah Boone was months ago was on trial. Sarah Boone was on trial defending herself against murder allegations. So she allegedly murdered her then boyfriend, George Jorge. I feel like Jorge is more appropriate. A lot of people have been calling him George. This is the suitcase murder. So you have probably seen throughout your time on the internet the suitcase, the greenish tealish suitcase taken photos taken in a living room. She put he got into a suitcase and she zipped him up, and she took the stand and said, he used to beat me, he used to hit me, and so I wanted him to feel the way that I feel when he would put his hands on my throat, choke me out, beat me, make me feel. She wanted him to feel that. And then she zipped him up and then forgot and took a snooze. Woke up the next day and heard what was quite possibly his final breaths, um, or the body sort of shifting post death, like immediately post death. And so yeah, so that and then she unzipped him and said, "Oh my gosh, I need to call my husband, or my ex-husband, excuse me. I need to call my ex-husband because Jorge isn't breathing inside the suitcase." And then she called the cops. Was she drunk when the cops showed up? Did she try to say that it was an accident? Yup. Sarah Boone. What a wild. This is wild. So let's just jump back into day 4. I think I like to be in the no. I think I like that. Let's just jump back into day 4. So we finished day 3 at our last stream. Day 4 is interesting as well. It's going to be a little annoying, so if you're wearing earbuds, I'm so sorry at the beginning. Let me try to turn the volume down a little bit. And I will boot, scoot, and boogie until stuff actually happens. It does take a while.
The defense calls Deputy John Alden.
affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. Sir, good morning. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
John Alden, John Alden.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Henderson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France Lane, number 3?
Okay, let me just say I'm going to put it into 1.25 speed. I forgot how slow talkers they were. There is a long stint in here where there's nothing going on, so we're gonna get through this pretty fast. There's a couple of quick witnesses here, and then and we are in the defense case, so we are in the second half of the trial where the defense presents their case. So they're calling the witnesses, and this is, it's just, golly, you know. All right, let's go.
Number 3.
Yes.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And, sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes.
Were there any other backup officers there with you?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with George Torres?
Yes.
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
Yes, he had some redness on it by his left eye.
Sir, on that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
From my report, I remember marking the left redness by his left eye.
And did you have a body-worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
And so that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
It would, especially since this happened 4 years or 5 years ago now.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion.
Did you hear that question? Did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day? Yeah. To me, that can be taken two ways. Mr. Jorge Torres refused to say that, option A, I beat up Sarah Boone, or option 2, Sarah Boone beat me up. Which one do you think it was? I have my opinion.
Conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them and the scene. Is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Defense, you can call your next witness.
I told you super fast. Because they don't actually, the defense doesn't really want to ask too many questions. They don't really want to get too deep into what quite possibly could have actually been happening in the past with Sarah Boone and Jorge. They don't want to get too deep. I, for life of me, cannot get my salad open. I got it. Everything's fine. Everything's good.
Yes, ma'am, we're
The
approaching.
sound is terrible. Oh, they're approaching. I just got a whiff of my salad. I thought it went bad. It's blue cheese.
She mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior. So
What that statement was.
I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah
What's
was
going on?
interviewed.
All right. Part of that
Okay.
interview, did Mr. Marino tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020?
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes.
So this is detective. She has been recalled by the defense because the defense wants to ask more direct questions to her. I'm gonna throw it out there. This was a fantastic witness. She was she was absolutely fantastic on the stand when she was called for the prosecution, and I don't think this is going to go the way that they want it to go, which I think is just how it's all felt for this entire trial. It's just not going to go the way that they thought it was going to go.
Yes, the next morning
The day that we were called.
that you were called out.
Okay.
The 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you get there? That's probably what's going on.
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle. So it would have been at some point during the investigation, but I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
All right. But to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated. So I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
Did he say to you during that interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does sound similar to what my report should say.
So this statement was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, I will.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made to Mr. Moreno was on the 24th of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Moreno is saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we just talked about,
Yes,
that was on February the 24th. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So when she said a couple of days ago, that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Ma'am, during that interview with you, did Mr. Marino ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Ms. Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident? And did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate. Yeah, I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why, like, part of the statements might be accurate, but
Ma'am, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
His recorded statement,
Yes.
transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, great.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now, take your time. Into that.
Okay,
When you are ready, just let me know.
okay. I don't recall all the statements that you asked or the way you asked it, but
Would it help if I repeat it?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, like, you said multiple statements,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this was like,
She's like, you just asked me 17 questions and you gave me 45 papers stapled together. What are we doing here? I'm not going to say that I remember something that someone else told me and you're asking me to quote what he said. That's not going to happen. What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we Oh my god.
it was a like 11-minute interview.
The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Marino that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know
Did you
if
say, okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
she fell asleep.
Fell asleep, okay.
And what
Oh,
I'm
yeah, no,
asking
he
is,
said
is
passed
there any
out.
indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
Sorry, I'm trying to go to the part where we talked about that.
Right, why did
Yes,
you not
ma'am.
mark this? Why did you not mark this for her? If you had a very specific question, why was it not marked? Here's the page. Go to this page. Idiot.
Okay, so like I had stated, there were certain things that I thought was accurate from your statement. He stated, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem with you reading what he said.
Okay, then
I have a problem with her just reading it. She already said. Ooh. She already said she doesn't remember verbatim what was said to her. It was an 11-minute interview. Reading it will refresh her recollection of quite possibly something like some abouts of the conversation. But you can't just read it. You can't. And her asking, do you want me to just read it? Is a fine question. She's a witness. She's on the stand. The lawyer then saying, yeah, you could just read it. That's fine. No, that's the problem. That's the problem.
Approach.
And the prosecution immediately objected. Was like, did you forget how to lawyer, dude?
Ma'am, you cannot read the statement at this time.
okay,
Thank you. You may continue, Mr. Henderson.
he described,
Hang on. No, just wait for a question.
so
Okay?
sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, sorry.
Ma'am, anywhere in that interview, do you see reference to this statement that Sarah stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
No to the first two parts of your question. I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate, because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No,
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
no, I don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Why? Oh, get that. I always want to try to remember,
And
especially with
again,
this
ma'am, this
case.
interview was on February the 26th of 2020. Is that correct?
I want to try to remember to give some grace to these lawyers. Why? The only reason why is because they had mere moments to pull this together. They had mere days, maybe a month or two, right? So it was like if you jump on board pro bono, dudes and dudettes, it's tomorrow. We start tomorrow. We are not pushing this anymore. So I want to try to remember to give a little grace to these lawyers because they 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 jumped their entire body into a rapid river, but at the same time they knew what they were doing when they did that. When they made the decision to jump, they knew they had all the information spelled out in front of them, that the undercurrent, is that what it is? The undercurrent is going to take you away. Is that a good analogy? I don't know. Anywho, they were stepping into a tornado and they knew it. They saw the weather forecast. I think that's better. They knew exactly what was happening. They were not blind to this. So I try to give a little bit of grace, but in the same breath, they knew.
Correct.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
She's like, you made
Any
me come back for this. She's like, I have a job to do, and I'm good at my job. Can I go do it?
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Bye. Thanks for being here. You've been great. Your hair is awesome.
I know.
Yes,
That's correct. Okay.
it was a good drive.
Please swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning,
Could you
Your Honor.
state and spell your name for the record for us?
Michael Brando, Brannoa.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you. Dr. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Fry, having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes,
That's correct? Okay.
it was a good drive.
Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year internship where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist when I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law, and anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too, I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. Make long drives and come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And are you also required to update your educational background and knowledge as a forensic psychologist?
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years, we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our license. And part of that is we have to, on a regular basis, update our work in domestic violence or battered women syndrome. So we have to take those courses. We're all required, whether you're a forensic psychologist or not, to take that coursework. So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence as a general term, or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse, or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize, I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. Most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injuries. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now, what is the DSM or the DSM-5?
So the DSM stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are for different mental health disorders, whether it's major depression or schizophrenia or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis. And then we're able to utilize that in terms of either treatment, so even insurance billing, but being able to inform patients too about what condition we think that they're suffering from. It's been updated many times over the years. It started just DSM, and now it's at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5th edition, text revised. So we've gone through a lot of revisions over the years to try to fine tune in an empirical or scientific way what the elements are, if you will, of various mental health conditions.
Now, you've been asked to testify today in regards to battered women's syndrome. Is the battered women's syndrome identified or located within the DSM-5?
So it is not. It is not a diagnostic category in the DSM-5 or other codes.
Interesting. Okay, so I just want to note, he said you have been brought here today, asked to come here today and testify on battered spouse syndrome, not on whether Sarah Boone fits the category, fits the requirements to be considered like suffer from battered spouse syndrome, or exist in that world of someone who would. Very interesting. So this is going to be interesting to see it continue. Because the only way for him to diagnose Sarah with battered spouse syndrome, or to diagnose a situation that has occurred due to historical traumas between this spousal arrangement, is if he talked to her, is if he had session after session, if he was able to gather a baseline and develop their own sort of patient doctor relationship, and to really get into the nitty gritty with her. Did they do that? No. So are they just putting this man on the stand to tell us that it's an option and then not follow through with it's an option because see, so and so talked to her, and this is the conclusion that this expert came to. So he's going to say that battered spouse syndrome is not within the DSM. So it is not something that can be sort of categorized by filling in the blanks and, answering the question, like specific questions in very specific ways. So this is really quite interesting to me. Why are you here? The lawyers got the approval for the whole battered spouse syndrome situation that they want to push onto the jury, and so this is going to be really interesting how it moves forward.
There are coding books as well. There's others besides the DSM. That's just the most popular one, but it's not a formal diagnosis that it is contained within that book, a classification manual that I just told you about.
Within your field of forensic psychology, however, is there a subcategory that is located within the DSM-5 that experts would recognize as a DSM diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what is that, sir?
So that category would be in the trauma section of the DSM-5 TR. There's a whole category on trauma disorders, and it's most closely related to something that we call post-traumatic stress disorder. That isn't the only trauma disorder, but that's the one that what used to call battered women syndrome. Now I refer to it as battered person syndrome, but all of it really is more connected to a trauma disorder like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, you testify on criminal matters. Do you also testify? You indicated also on personal injury cases and emotional. That would be civil, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, you testified as an expert, as a forensic psychologist. You testified for, and today you're testifying for the defense, or were called by the defense. Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes, to both of those. I testified in other states. I also testify for both the prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
About how many times have you testified?
Well, at last count, it was about 1,500 times. It's way over that now. That was from a few years ago. But I testify in a lot of different kinds of hearings and trials over the course of mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now,
That's a lot.
you're familiar with the fact that
1,500?
there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized by the Florida Supreme Court.
Approach.
These lawyers are really great at saying things that they really shouldn't be saying at like the times that they should not be saying them. I turned the captions on, so I hope that assists anyone who needs them.
Defense. Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes to both of those. I've testified in other states, but I also testify for both prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
About how many times have you testified?
Well, at last count, it was about 1,500 of hearings and trials over the course of mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized.
Sorry,
by
forgive me, I went
Florida
back too
Judge Board.
far.
Approach.
Testified as to battered women syndrome, battered person syndrome. Are there other synonyms or similar names for what you're describing, in particular battered spouse syndrome?
Well, we talk about it in terms of trauma disorders like post-traumatic stress disorder, but the way when it's applied to the legal system is called battered wife, or that was the original terminology for it, battered wife syndrome or battered person syndrome. So it really depends on your setting. So in this setting, we oftentimes talk about this particular condition that I've been asked to talk about today, is really referred to as battered spouse syndrome.
And have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert and on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in about 100 cases. Of just that alone, I've been involved in some sort of testimony about 50 times.
And you indicated that you testified for the state, you testified for the defense, you testified in state cases, federal cases. Could you break down on a percentage basis the number of times you testified for the state versus testifying for the defense?
It's really close in terms of last time we looked at it, it was about 50-50. On most cases, like for instance, if there's a case that involves battered spouse, potentially battered spouse or battered wife syndrome, I'm usually called by the defense first because they raise the issue. If you're called by the prosecution, whether it be federal or state, what oftentimes happens is it's in response to a defense expert that's been called. So do I agree or disagree with that other expert? So I'm usually, the call usually comes first from the defense, but in terms of who I'm hired by, it's pretty even. It's about 50-50.
Now, at this time, you are on proffered witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
Yes, approach.
Has battered spouse syndrome been accepted, to your knowledge, in the Florida court system?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Can you describe the classic systemology wherein an individual might necessarily suffer and then exhibit symptoms of battered women syndrome?
Yes. So battered spouse syndrome is usually a woman's response. Doesn't have to be, but that's a classic historical research went into how women respond in situations in which there's intimate partner violence when they've been the victim of violence. Now we know, of course, in other kinds of relationships, men can be a victim of it as well, whether it's a heterosexual or homosexual relationship, that both men and women can be victims. But we still know the majority of those individuals that are diagnosed with that condition or given that condition, classified with that condition, are women. We do know that it's a reaction, a strategy that's developed by the person who's being abused to someone who's abusing them in an intimate partner situation. And essentially what they're doing is they've made a determination that they can't effectively escape from the abuse. They can't just leave for some reason. They feel in danger or they've been threatened if they leave that something bad will happen to them. So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused that I have to develop some coping skills or ways of protecting myself or maybe even loved ones as well from some form of imminent violence or danger or lethality. Something bad will happen to me if I don't develop a way of handling this abuse, this constant abuse that's coming towards me. So the battered wife syndrome is really a way of thinking. It's a psychological change that happens with a victim in terms of the way they cope and strategize to stay safe for themselves and other loved ones as well, oftentimes.
I'm going to ask a really silly question, if I may, Doctor. I don't know if you've noticed a bruise across the bridge of my nose this morning.
I did see that when I come in. Yes, sir.
Okay. This weekend, hypothetically, if an individual was digging around in the garbage, the lid fell down and cut his nose, the bridge of his nose wide open, would you as a forensic psychologist anticipate, or psychologist in general, anticipate that there might be a physical or a psychological reaction in response to that degree of trauma?
Pause. Pause. Bro's out here making it about himself. What? Okay. 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 So here's the thing. Hello. Hello. Here's the thing. You are not in a good enough stance defending Sarah Boone to ask silly questions, to try to distract the jury with hypotheticals that are not going to do you any favors in the long run. You're not in a good enough stance to do that. Because why? What's the end result to the silly hypothetical question that is being asked right now to this expert forensic psychologist who has sat as a witness over 1,500 times, has been involved with about 100 battered women cases, battered person cases. What's the end result here? Because I don't think, just like every other thing that y'all have done, is going to end the way that you want it to end. The result is not going to be there.
So I don't know if it would be trauma or not. It could be.
Also, it was just a terrible question.
Depending on the degree of the injury and the pain and things like that. But certainly you'd view that garbage can differently as you approached it. So it changes your psychology or the way that you look at that particular situation or that particular object. So by viewing it differently, you may engage in different behaviors. You may approach it differently. You may have somebody else approach it. You may approach it with both hands up. So it changes your behavior and your thinking about that garbage can.
Does that also apply to interpersonal relationships?
So it certainly can. No two people always react the same way to every situation. Trauma, one person's trauma is not a trauma to another person. But for people who do develop battered spouse syndrome, they do begin to change the way they view the person who's abusing them and what they have to do in order to maintain either their life or their safety, their physical safety in terms of their behavior and interactions with that person.
Now, is there a specific set of
Okay, I do need to pause again because I think it is safe to say that there are a good chunk of people out in the world where someone's trauma is also their trauma, and that is like a subconscious choice that they make about experiencing someone else go through trauma. They make it also their trauma. That there's people that I think that is, I think that I think I disagree with this expert in just a split little moment of his words. That there are a lot of people, and that I believe to be is like a psychological thing where they then turn someone else's trauma into their own trauma. I have questions. I might actually ask the psychiatrists that I know that question. That was just a thought that I'm not hearing anything that is like earth-shatteringly changing or important to this case from what the jury has already heard and seen and gone through and experienced. Just the interrogation video alone, I don't think they are going to cure that with a psychologist. I don't think he's a psychiatrist. A psychologist saying it exists. This thing that they're saying about battered person syndrome, it exists. It's a thing. I don't think it's going to fix any of the damage that the prosecution has already done.
set of criteria that a forensic psychologist would necessarily rely upon in attempting to make a diagnosis or an assessment of battered women syndrome?
Yes, sir.
And what are those criteria?
What you'd want to see, one, if some type of abuse has occurred. That abuse can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be emotional, or it can just be the threat of abuse or bad things that's going to happen to you. So there has to be something bad that's happened or that's threatened to be happening over a period of time. So abuse has to be present in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome. But that's not enough. There also has to be what's called coercive control. Coercive control is really keeping the person's social interactions, overseen on a regular basis, controlling money, controlling preferences, even TV preferences, sometimes social media, looking at social media that the person is accessing or looking at, who they're talking to on Facebook, who they're texting. So it's a combination of abuse and coercive control that results in a person feeling victimized, but that's still not enough. That person then has to feel like they can't escape from that. They've either been told, if you leave me, you're going to die, or a family member is going to be harmed, your children, your mother, whatever it might be. And as a result of that, they develop strategies to cope with that, acquiescing, pleasing, doing anything they're asked to do, demeaning themselves, allowing themselves to be controlled, all of the things that would fend off, if you will, some abuse or attack or
I don't want to interrupt him anymore, but I would hate for him to say something like or forget to say the quite opposite. Not not that one's worse, better than the other. I think they're on the same exact level of the coercive control. There's a lot of people have experienced the, if you leave me, I will do bad things. But also a lot of people have experienced the, if you leave me, I will do bad things to myself and it will be your fault. So that is another very important that I think he might be overlooking. I did not let him finish talking. So I may be jumping ahead here, but that is another massive, really important. And I've seen that in a lot of like the younger folks, like the millennials and younger, that if you leave me, I will do bad things to myself, as a massive, massive part of the coercive control. Sarah Boone is not that old. She's not old. I would not call Sarah Boone old. She's old enough to have children, but I mean, 20-year-olds are old enough to have children. So anyone, people are having kids at all. They shouldn't be having them too young, but people are having kids always. So she's old enough to have kids, and she's old enough to have a child to recognize and be able to be traumatized by the things that are existing in her world when that child is there, and to not just like be traumatized, but to have that really affect their ability to grow up. I think he might overlook the, if you leave, I will do bad things to myself moment. I'm not saying that was at play here, but it deserves to be mentioned as well.
or threat to them or someone who surrounds them. So those would be the components that you would need to have. And that dance continues to go on usually repeatedly throughout the course of that relationship.
So I think what you're describing is, in a sense, a subjective nature to the syndrome that's being described.
It's both objective and subjective. So objective in terms of the facts, like what's really happening. A person's being abused, they're being told certain things, there's control over them. But then the subjective part is the person's interpretation of that, their perception of that. So there's really both going on, and they have to kind of work together in order for this syndrome to be formalized and properly diagnosed.
You indicated that there's sometimes maybe some defense mechanisms that are, or strategies that are devised by the battered individual, the abused individual.
Yes, sir.
In your experience and your training, do controlled substances, alcohol, drugs frequently appear in your analysis process?
Yes. And the way they appear is they can appear either from the abuser or the abused or both. What can happen from the abuser standpoint is they may only be abusive, or the abuse may become worse if they abuse substances. From the abused standpoint, it may be self-medication. It may be a way of coping with the anxiety that there's going to be something bad that potentially could happen to them or somebody else. It's kind of a way of dealing with walking on the eggshells. So if I use substances, that can deaden the pain, if you will, for me, or help me to forget about it. So it's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes part of either the abuser's behavior or the abused behavior.
Do they, in your experience, do they on occasion actually defend the individual that is abusing them?
That's a very frequent part of the syndrome. Not always, but it's very frequent. It's why interviewing them becomes difficult sometimes, because they're used to explaining away their behavior, the abuser's behavior, my black eye, my missing tooth, his screaming and yelling in the background while I'm talking to mom on the phone. So they're used to making excuses for it. It's part of the coping strategy, trying to explain away this behavior. He's had a bad day. She's, really upset about something else that's going on. She's really never like this at any other time. So defending that person is oftentimes a part of the battered spouse syndrome, and getting the person who's been abused to get them to stop defending them so they can talk about the actual abuse becomes a challenge.
Now, the DSM makes reference on occasion to rule outs, I assume for the diagnosis that's being applied. What is a rule out?
A rule out in our parlance says that we should consider these things before we look at other diagnoses. So, for instance, if we're going to consider schizophrenia, we should rule out substance abuse first, because oftentimes some drugs can create hallucinations and delusions and psychotic symptoms. So there's always rule out, just like there are for medical conditions. So look for this before you consider this is really what a rule out is.
Are there specific rule outs for battered women syndrome or PTSD?
Sure. So there's rule outs for everything, because you're considering a number of different conditions before you make a differential diagnosis, or you pick that's the one that I think best fits this person. So yes, there's rule outs for both of those.
For my sake, what is a differential diagnosis?
That's how you decide which ones. So whether it's your medical doctor, your psychologist, whoever, it's how they pick the right diagnosis. So you're going through kind of a card catalog in your head and you're saying, all right, there's symptoms of this, but that's also consistent with symptoms of that. So is it schizophrenia? Is it bipolar disorder? Now I have to ask more questions. It's a decision tree. And that decision tree helps you to inform the person and either make a diagnosis in a legal setting or help treat them clinically.
Now, if the individual, the psychologist who's doing the evaluation, identifies the presence of certain rule outs, what is their response professionally to those rule outs in establishing or assessing the patient?
You have to go down a decision tree. I mean, we all kind of do decision trees in our mind every day about what we should do or shouldn't do in certain situations. It happens automatically. It's more structured when you're doing it professionally. So if you have a concern about substances, then you would kind of take that track and you'd have to ask a lot of questions in that area. So you'd want to know what kind of substances, how often are they using those substances, what kind of effect those substances had on them before. I just picked one of many possible rule outs there, but every one of them you'd have to explore or ask additional questions because, of course, you don't want to come up with the wrong diagnosis, because in a legal setting that leads you to a bad opinion. In a clinical setting, it leads to bad treatment.
Now, I want to go back just a second. We talked about the subjective nature of the abused individual's understanding of what's happening. Does this subjective or does the experience that they have suffered result in, on occasion, their experiencing or they're anticipating or assuming or imagining a threat that others may not?
Yes, sir. Yes.
This is very interesting.
Give an opinion on whatever questions being asked.
Do an evaluation.
The sound in this courtroom, absolutely terrible. Absolutely just awful. Why are they doing it? Why are they doing this to us?
Doctor, when you are retained to do an evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings, the assessment efforts?
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion on whatever questions being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is. So what are they asking me to do? Because I want to know, A, can I do that? Am I qualified to do that, or should I refer that to somebody else? Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do? Then the next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question. So right away, I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is. And it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help to try to give an opinion and an educated opinion about that matter.
Have you done an assessment in this particular case?
No, sir.
Can you tell us very briefly whether that was your decision?
Objection, relevance.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Move on.
Objection sustained.
In your experience,
So he did not do an assessment of Sarah Boone. We're going to find out why. He did not do an assessment of Sarah Boone. I'm going to go with, well, there wasn't enough freaking time to do an assessment because which of the 7 lawyers, which of the 7 legal teams, the defense representative teams was he like discovered on? Like, what, which one was it? Was it the first team that was like, oh, this is a great expert that we can use for this case? Or was it this very last team that found this expert and they wanted to use them for this case? Because if it was the very last team, they did not have enough time to do a proper assessment with Sarah Boone trying to prep for trial because she had to do some of her own prep for trial and come to a few hearings on her own because she had no lawyers. She had no representation because she ran through all of them. She ran through them all, ran them all to the ground, and they are all tired and exhausted and unpaid and so happy that they were not the final legal team for Sarah Boone, I'm sure. So if this was if this lawyer, or excuse me, if this expert was came about with the last team who is now currently representing Sarah Boone in this trial, there was not enough time. There was not enough time. There was no time. There was almost no time to do anything. So I think that's what it's going to come down to. And then they're going to be like, see, we shouldn't even had this trial. We didn't have enough time to prep, as Sarah Boone's on like her 40th lawyer.
Experience, doctor.
Thank you very much.
Can battered women syndrome rear its ugly head? For instance, when there are threats to other members of the family, two-legged or four.
So yes, that's very common, that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse. So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's very common in the course of domestic violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
And that fear that's developed by the abused individual may exist contemporaneously with other issues, alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, so they can all be combined together. And certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened or live in the same home or close by. That can increase the terror. The purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So,
1 second. He's been up there for like 5 minutes.
in doing an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside materials do you necessarily review in order to make this assessment?
Specifically to battered women syndrome?
Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder, but you're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time, and that the person feels they can't leave that situation, and if other people have been threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of a particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Are there people you can talk to, friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse before? Have there been medical visits where the person has actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be? You'd want to do psychological testing as a forensic psychologist because we have very good.
I know I keep pausing him, but when he said that very last part, has there been medical reports of cuts, bruises, etc.? The only medical instance that we have seen in this trial was when Jorge had a knife wound to his leg. That was it. Remember the whole eating steak and the knife and the leg and all that stuff? Remember that? That's like the only thing that my brain can just I know it's been a while, to be fair. So if you have anything else that kind of spurred in that moment, but that was the real one that I remember. Was don't tell them how it happened. Don't tell them how it happened. Tell them you slipped and fell. Don't tell them how it happened. And that was Jorge with the wound. Why are most of these lawyers so old usually? You have the money, just retire, but they want more. And they're just getting into it. They're just getting into it, No, a lot of them are just I don't know. I feel like it's like an adrenaline rush for a lot of these attorneys that are still working who could very easily retire, for sure. It's an adrenaline rush and it just doesn't stop. They're just getting case after case after case after case. And it's you're in the middle of a case, you get another one, and then when that first one finishes, you're in the middle of another one, and you just get another one, and I don't know. Um, it also doesn't seem like to the point, like if you're talking like physically tasked like careers, I'm sure there is a massive physical um like input that these lawyers do. They're standing, they're sitting, they're up all day, all night. It's like the physical effects happen like due to lack of sleep, or not eating, and you survived off of coffee for 2 days, and those types of things where it's just like, I've been up for 72 hours because trial starts in a week and we're not ready and we need to get ready, those types of things. I mean, they're not firefighters. So I don't know why they're still around. That is a great question. We should find an old lawyer and ask them.
Very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You'd want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or has there been a 911 call or calls? If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that it all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, like a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you to talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for a battered spouse, then you can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
And real briefly, some of the things that you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear,
Yes.
low self-esteem.
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone, texting them. So especially in that context.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Sure, that can be part of it.
And what is Stockholm Syndrome, real briefly?
This was so not a good idea for them. Sarah Boone, low self-esteem or no? She got low self-esteem. Did she have low self-esteem in the interrogation videos? Did she have low self-esteem? Can't talk to her ex-spouse. I don't know. I think that she had a lot of conversations with her ex-husband, to the point where he would call her and say, pick up the kid today. It's your day. And were there issues with that? This, I don't think is helping. I don't think it's helping. And not because of things that I know, but because of they are watching. This jury is sitting there watching her. This jury is sitting there and watching these videos. I don't think there was low self-esteem. No.
So it's really adapting to someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. The famous model of that would be many, many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped. But it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance, if you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused, who meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, they oftentimes adapt, defend, and take on in an acquiescent way that this is okay and I'm part of this situation as opposed to the situation.
Will this syndrome exhibit itself in physical attributes?
It can, at times, even physical illness at times.
Inability to sleep, inability to keep food down, and those type of things.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Would that individual potentially experience hypervigilance?
Well, that's a large part of it. Any trauma-based disorder is hypervigilance. What changes when you've been traumatized, any kind of trauma, not just abuse, but what changes is your perception of danger. So whether it's the lid of the garbage can hitting you on your nose, or whether it's someone being abusive towards you, those situations change your perception of danger. So you no longer see that object or that person in the same way. You have a foreboding sense of danger could occur. So other people may not perceive it with that person. He's so nice at work, or he's nice in these other settings, or he's so great on the softball field, but at home he's different. So that person who's being abused, their perception changes.
Is that included?
So, this is driving me crazy. So, okay. If she is perceiving danger, see, this is like the fight. This was like the tooth and nail of it all. If she perceived Jorge as a danger, the moment she zipped up that suitcase, she had like two options. Oh my gosh, if I unzip this suitcase, he's going to be so mad. He's going to, he's going to beat me. He's going to kill me. He's going to hurt me. He's going to injure me. He's going to hurt my kid. He's going to stab me. He's going to fight me. He's going to grab a knife. He's going to get out and be furious at me. She could have thought that, right? And then had the thought, if I just leave him in there, will he not be alive tomorrow if I go to sleep? He can't get out. He can't get out, right? I saw his fingers come out. His fingers were trying to come out. He can't get out. Am I not in danger anymore? Am I going to allow him to, which I don't think that second part, that I'm not in danger anymore, he's zipped up in a suitcase, follows suit with battered person syndrome. Because I think she would have been so full of fear in zipping him up in the first place that she wouldn't have. Or she would have immediately taken the zipper down so he could get out. But she took videos. She took videos of him struggling to get out in the suitcase. She pulled the suitcase up. She swirled it around. She plopped it down on the opposite side. She took videos laughing at him as he called out her name. Now you know how I feel, right? Where was the fear of the repercussions of what she was doing from him, from Jorge? There was no fear there. There was no fear there, which I think completely just negates everything. The videos that the jury has already seen do not fall in line with what this man is saying about what Sarah Boone could quite possibly be suffering from battered person syndrome, or just some sort of slight offshoot of PTSD. Just a life of trauma, And there are so many people out there with lives of trauma who their trauma deserves to be recognized and not to be bastardized by someone who is on trial. Because this could be a very first moment for a lot of people. A lot of people watch this case. This could be the very first moment someone ever heard a definition or examples or reasoning behind either the way they feel or what's happening to them in their own life. Maybe they were enlightened by this, and to see it being in this position, used by this person, can be very disconcerting. But I digress. Let's listen to him speak. It's ultimately up to the jury.
Denial.
It could include denial, and oftentimes that's part of the explanation. The defensiveness of that person is the denial of how bad things are that are going on.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Of course.
Good morning.
Of course.
Good to
We have
see you again.
questions.
So there's a subjective component to trauma. what I understand you're saying, correct?
Always. Yes, sir.
And so hypothetically, a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence, even sexual violence, but either or both of those partners may or may not believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma. The trauma is really the reaction to it. So bad things that happen, people don't always react in the same way to them. So yes, sir, that's correct.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a freshly dead body, and their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just gives us muffins in the morning coming across a dead body. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it, and the other person who works at the donut restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So yes, perception is a big part of how trauma occurs.
And I understand your answers today. And I'm not saying that they were different the other day, but I understand you to say that it's very important to do a comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
Yes.
I'm just trying to eat a salad. They don't want to get into the defenses like, please, bro, don't bring up that he never talked to her. Please, man, don't do it. I'm begging you, don't do it. It's bad for our case. It is. Because all this man is doing is saying, this is a thing that exists. Battered person syndrome exists. It's it could be categorized as a PTSD sort of affiliate, but it exists. That's all he's doing. He is not here to say that Sarah Boone suffered from battered person syndrome or PTSD or anything there in between surrounding around, because he did not talk to her. He did not assess Sarah Boone. There is no assessment. There is no final, this is my expert opinion, that she suffers from battered person syndrome.
The objection is overruled.
So we've been talking about the importance of doing a comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as.
So my opinion is that the defense was like, can I make an objection about getting into what assessments were made about who and all that nonsense? And the court's like, they're allowed to ask it. You open the door to assessments, how they're made, why they're made, when they're made, and all the things that are needed to make it. They're allowed to ask these questions. Let's everyone just go sit down and get over it.
As one could possibly have when making an assessment about the battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a relevant piece of information. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that obviously the person who is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner?
Yes, sir. In every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5-TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. So it's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or affects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems, difficulties. So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes. So introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you'd want to know if there was substance usage, and if so, what the person's memory functioning was, and does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were.
Are you familiar with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir, of course.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5-TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not a person who is giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder. Is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate or inaccurate information. That's why you need more than one source of information. Does what this person's saying to me check out with other sources of information?
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can, yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating in your own world. So it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Are you familiar with an adjustment disorder diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Adjustment disorder is a person's reaction. It could be emotional, it can be behavioral, or it can be both, to a situation that occurs. You broke up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, so you're upset about that. And so as a result, you're tearful, you're anxious or nervous or worried about what may happen to you as a result of breaking up with them, or you behaviorally may start not going to work, or get into more arguments or fights with your children as a result. So it's a temporary reaction to a stressful situation that occurs in some individuals.
And hypothetically, if a person who is giving a history for criteria of diagnosis, let me strike that. If somebody is giving a history and that is being used to come to an evaluation conclusion of battered spouse syndrome, if that person has been diagnosed with adjustment disorder predating the traumatic relationship, is that something the evaluator should take into account?
You'd want to know any prior diagnosis because it may not necessarily be exclusionary, but it could. So adjustment disorder is a temporary reaction. You're upset, temporary, and most of them just go away on their own. Whereas something else like a traumatic stress disorder is long-term. It's something that person's stuck with for a period of time that usually doesn't just go away on its own. So yes, you'd want to know that. For that term I used before, that differential diagnosis, you'd want to know those things to compare and contrast them and hold them up against each other.
Now, hypothetically, if somebody says things like, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, and I'm the best you'll ever do, are those indications of the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, it could be. You wouldn't want just that alone. You'd want to see if that was happening in other settings. Is that happening on the job, with friends, with family members? Is it showing up on psychological testing? But certainly that would be a red flag. You'd go, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to investigate that further.
And is it important when evaluating trauma-based disorders, because they're based on emotional reactions, to do that rule out on alcohol or drug use?
Certainly you'd want to do that. It's not usually disguised as a trauma-based disorder. Alcohol and trauma aren't usually rule outs for each other, but it could exacerbate a condition. It could make you diagnose a trauma condition when it's just an adjustment disorder. I say just, I don't mean to minimize it, but it's not as serious as a trauma-based disorder.
Is it important to consider whether the abuser and or the abused behave differently in the absence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because you're trying to analyze a psychological condition. If as a result of drug or alcohol abuse, their behavior changes or their perceptions change, that's not a psychological condition, that's a substance abuse disorder. So that's why you'd want to know that. So if their condition remains the same, maybe it's a little worse when they're using drugs or alcohol, but it's the same perception of threat or danger, then you're going to diagnose a trauma-based disorder. If not, then you're going to diagnose a substance abuse disorder. You can have both, but you'd want to rule one out as opposed to the other.
And are you familiar with the classic three-step cycle of battered spouse syndrome or domestic violence?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of battered spouse syndrome. And in the classic model, which we know oftentimes happens, not every time, but in the classic model, there's a period of tension buildup where things are happening, little arguments are happening, there's bickering back and forth, there may be some threats or some loud voices back and forth, but it's all things that are leading up to a possible violent episode. Then there's the episode that happens itself, the violent episode. It could be verbal, sexual, physical, but there's the violent incident that occurs. And then after that violent episode occurs, there's a honeymoon phase where the person who's done the abuse, they're apologizing, taking that person who was abused out to dinner, buying them things, saying nice things to them, complimenting them to sort of make up for the abuse. And it's it's called the cycle of violence. And the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome, where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
And in fact, as times have changed, language has changed. And so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, I mean, interpartner violence can happen outside of legal settings, but it's really a kind of the large over grouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all of these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right. The later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome than anybody else.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's a stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that'd be the first way.
Let me just take a moment and remind you, this is the prosecution. This is the prosecution talking to him now. So, and they are doing a fantastic job. They brought up narcissistic personality disorder. I thought was brilliant the way they did it. Just tell me a little bit about this. Hey, you heard about this? Is that a thing? If you give me a little more information, maybe the jury can go, oh, that might be what we're experiencing with Sarah Boone versus this battered person syndrome. There's a lot of things that aren't fitting there. I mean, we're talking about this diagnosing tree where all right, we got 5 options. Let's try this. It can't be option number 5. So now we got 4 options. Let's try this. It can't be option number 4. Now we got 3. Let's try this. Narrowing it all down. The prosecution's doing a fantastic job asking the right questions to get all of this information out of this person who is just ready to say all of the things. They just love talking, and they just love talking about all these things that he knows and he's learned and is an expert on. So here's all of this fantastic information about all these different things from this DSM-5. Oh, is interesting. There's going to be a lot more connections between narcissistic personality disorder with Sarah Boone and the jury than I believe there's going to be with battered person syndrome between Sarah Boone and the jury. That's just my opinion from what the jury has seen of Sarah Boone. Ooh, great questions. Not great for
First red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse syndrome?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner who is lacking the control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result in how the person subjectively perceives it in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you can interpret it as emotional abuse too. But it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay. But when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Yes.
All right, they're approaching. They're having some issues. The defense is having a lot of issues. Let's see. Is this like when
Things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one
So we respond to that?
If you remember the question, please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of physical violence. So if those things, in fact, were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person, right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Now, you mentioned earlier anxiety, low self-esteem, and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Right.
Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things were in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, but in terms of your diagnosis, you'd need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits, would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
And that's important for an evaluator?
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
He
Just want
redirect. He was running. He was like, "Oh no. Yes, I'm literally already there. I do not want the jury to think about a single thing that the prosecution has just gone over. I want to get in there so fast, and not just ask redirect questions, but to redirect literally this entire train, because we have derailed this. Yikes. I'm telling you, it is like time after time after time. What were you thinking? What did you think was going to happen with this witness? What were you thinking? I
one more time. In response to the state's questioning, you indicated that where an individual's credibility may be in question, there's necessity that the individual who's making the assessment corroborate whatever they're being told. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
It's possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualify because it's simply not there.
Right.
Isn't it true that my client, Sarah Boone over here, might seem like a narcissist, might seem like she has narcissistic personality disorder, but really is still a battered person? Still suffers from battered person disorder? Couldn't it seem like that? Isn't that an option? Yes, it is. Is it likely?
Sure. So sometimes like
I'm
social
not a
isolation
psychologist.
can be because we're introverted, or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit one or two symptoms of narcissism, but not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators that you would rely upon to make that diagnosis.
Yes, or it can be situationally based, like we may display narcissistic features here in a courtroom, but may not do that in any other part of our life.
Now, in your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household,
Okay, I understand.
Ask a better question.
you
That was
indicated
terrible.
that there are things that, I think in response to the state's cross-examination, that there are things that may add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
Finally, one question or one symptom that we haven't discussed, I don't think, or maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, a psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals, but where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
No problem at all.
That's a rest.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Did I hear?
Thank you, sir. You can be traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
No problem at all.
That's a rest.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Did I hear that the defense rested? No. Maybe I just read it in the closed captioning. All right, they are
Search on those things. We'll see you back here in about 15.
taking a break, I believe. And I think the break is way more than 15 minutes.
Similar instruction I've given you over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I got to keep telling you. Please don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not conduct any independent research on those things. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes at 5 till 11. Thank you very much. Back in, and we can call Ms. Watt and go from there. All right.
Can you excuse Ms. Gallagher?
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Okay, so they do take a little break and then they come on back with their next witness. Maybe I was confused. Oh no, because they have like a tech issue, I believe. Because as you can see, as I'm scrolling through the bar, there's like nothing happens for a long time. That's like way more than what lunch should be. So let's get through this next witness and then we'll take a little break ourselves. Because a little break is good. A little break is good.
I have Chalipoli.
While they're doing that, have you guys tried Nutella biscuits? They're so good. They're so good. I love them. If this channel gets monetized, I want them to sponsor me. That's the one sponsor I want is Nutella. Come on, man. Let's get moving.
Members of the jury, once seated again, if you could confirm you complied with the court's instructions during our break by raising your hands. My record reflect all hands have been raised. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Judge, we would call forensic phone extraction officer with the unfinished sheriff department, Officer Wanted. To the stand.
Thank you. We'll bring her in.
Okay, so we have an extraction of her phone, forensic coming up next. If we get there, so many papers. Holy cow.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
First name is Janella,
So good.
Junella. Last name Wadden, UA. E is in Delta, AN.
Counselor, you may inquire.
So again, your official title,
Digital forensics examiner.
and are you referred to as a detective or what is your,
Just an examiner.
ma'am, Judge, can I approach the witness?
All right, what's your official title? Forensic examiner. Do you go by detective? Literally just told you. I literally just told you what it was.
Yes, of course.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what has been marked as identification defense exhibit AA. And you recognize that video or that CD of the video?
Yes.
Well, I think we kind of prepped you on it ahead of time. That was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract.
Yes, one of the media files, yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone's phone?
Yes.
And then identification Z, if that's identification, same type question. You've had a chance to review that video, and is that one of the videos that was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'd like to have these introduced in evidence.
Any objections?
No.
All right, what was pre-marked as AA will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17. What was pre-marked as Z will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 18.
Judge, we're going to play exhibit 17 first.
You may proceed.
And is there a volume? Judge, do you have control of volume?
Volume is on.
What the hell could they be playing? Is the only thought in my brain right now. What the hell could they actually be playing right now?
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out. As bad as I want to.
This is a choice that they made. They made this choice.
Judge, I'm asking you to publish exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
Oh my gosh. Ooh. Wow. Okay. But like the rage room vibes. Has anyone gone to like a rage room? I really want to go to a rage room, like, and just rage what they're there for. I can't remember why. So if anyone can remember, please, for the love of God, fill me in. Why is he breaking the TV? The TV's broken. I'm pretty sure the TV didn't work. And that's why he's hitting it with a bat. I think I have notes. I'll have to look through the notes. But I can't remember why did the TV just like stop working like internally? Did it fall? Did it get hit with something? And then he's just like, whatever, it's destroyed now. I'm just going to take energy out and continue to smash it. The cleanup alone, the glass everywhere that's a big problem for me. To have pups, glass, a kid that spends time in that house with all that glass there. I mean, you're never gonna clean up all of that glass. That's just I'm confused. Clearly not in the right state of mind when he was requesting that she help him take this out.
You spoke about it earlier.
Say again, sir.
You spoke about it earlier.
Yes, understood.
They're tendering no problem.
Thank you very much. This witness can't be released, correct?
Yes.
State.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
She's like, why am I here for this? She's like, why did I need to be here for this? Oh my God, let her out before you approach. Oh gosh.
Members of our jury, at this point in time, it's 11:08. I know it's a little bit early, but due to the pacing and how quickly we've been moving through the evidence this morning, and how the defense has teed up their witnesses for this afternoon, we do not have anyone until 1 o'clock. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to ask you to return here to 12 Alpha at 12:50, and we'll pick up shortly thereafter. Thank you so much for your service.
Okay, so the jury is heading out. And let me just make sure they don't say anything after.
Defense. All right, we'll see you all at 12:50. Thank you very much. Court's in recess.
Okay. So the court is they're taking a break because the defense did not do a good job with getting their witnesses in order, because they were like, they probably assumed that it was going to be a lot more a rebuttal from the prosecution. So they didn't have anyone ready to go, which is annoying. And that's one of like the worst. Don't do that. Don't do that. But we're going to take a little break too, because we've been at it for 2 hours. Take a little 15. I have to use the little ladies room. So we'll take a little break. And let me see here. We will be back at let's say 2 o'clock. Take a little 15-minute break. Good time for a break. Yes. Yeah. Let's take a little break. Take a little break. We're just jumping back into this whole, we're streaming all day sort of situation. We're taking it easy on ourselves. But yeah, we'll take a little break. We'll be back at 2. Oops, I forgot how everything works. Break. We will be back at 2 p.m. Okay, I'm going to loop my little break thing, and I'll see you guys at 2. And we'll finish out day 5. Day 4, not day 5. I'm jumping ahead. And I never played my intro. That's okay. Here we go. Okay, goodbye. I love that little that music. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I love that. Yes, I should play the intro, and I will do that when I get rid of this weirdy boy person. I don't know who they are. Yeah, let's play the intro because I love the intro. I love that so much. Okay, shall we just jump on back in to where we need to be? Are we supposed to be getting weather? I think we're supposed to be getting some weather. Let me find where people show back up. Okay. Alrighty, let's do this. Let's do this, shall we? Back to the grind.
Please do swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you state and spell your name for the record
Earl
for us?
Walker. Pearl Walker, Walker.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
And you better speak up.
Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes.
How do you know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself. and I'll
Okay.
do so.
Okay.
No. If she can't hear you, speak louder. Speak louder. Be louder so she can hear you. Don't, if you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat. No. Don't have her not be able to hear you. You know this witness. You know she can't hear good. Speak louder. Lazy.
How do you know Ms. Boone?
She lived in the same apartment building that I lived in.
And can you tell us how long the two of you shared the same apartment complex, apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I was sitting out on the porch, and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
And what happened then?
Then I would call her over with her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
When I see her walking with a dog, and I see her and I look at her, and I say, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would she generally respond to you?
Yes.
And how?
And she said, "That's it. Why am I here?" That's it. And that's it. I'd say hello. She said hello. How are you? I'm good. You staying safe in the pandemic? For sure. That's it. Oh. This, I feel like I'm a broken record. Not going the way they want it. Just immediately. Like if I was on the jury, I would be laughing. If I was sitting there, I'd be like, period. And that's it, sis. And that's it.
Look, I won't go there. Would you spend time with Ms. Boone?
Did I spend time?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
About 15 or 20 minutes. That's all.
And was your husband
And that's
sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
You just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the two primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the time that you knew Ms. Boone, did you witness anything about her person or her body that gave you cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she had been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. I have a mark on her arm. And I just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
She just say,
I had a,
Hang on. The objection is sustained.
The form of the question was bad. Open-ended, please. Open-ended questions. She doesn't want to be there, but everyone in this room needs to speak up. Everyone who is sitting there who is going to use their voice for this witness needs to recognize that it needs to be louder. That's it. And that's it. And that's it. Respect the witness on the stand by projecting more. I know it's hard. I know they're probably exhausted. Everyone in here is exhausted. Everyone was exhausted before the Karen retrial even started. Day 2, they were exhausted. So I know they're exhausted. But because this has been going on for years. This is like a 4-year situation. I know they're exhausted, but respect the witness enough to speak up so that they can hear you, even when you object. Everyone.
When you would ask her that, how did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions about her injuries?
she just say, one of them days or something.
Objection sustained.
Just for the record, instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about something.
And did you ask about her obvious upset persona?
Ask
Or
other
upset,
questions.
The fact that she was upset, would you ask her about that?
He's making it hurt. Ask better questions so that your witness, who I don't believe, I'm just guessing, has really no history with being a witness on trial, has never probably been a witness on trial before, does not know that she cannot say what Sarah said to her. Ask better questions so you don't elicit that from this witness. Work needs to be done.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, you have to just limit your answer to the question. Would you ask her about that issue? About why she was upset?
yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you. Now,
Don't take it
how
out on
frequently
her.
would that occur?
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
Mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place, and I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Now, strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself, do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
Oh. How long have you been gone from that apartment complex? If you don't know, that's fine.
Let her answer.
It's been a while.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I don't like this
During
interaction at
The
all.
occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
Objection.
She was a nice lady,
Overruled.
nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look down on you as a person?
Oh, no,
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
no.
I'm going to check. This is character.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
She never treated her disrespectfully. She never looked down her nose at her. She was a neighbor. I'm sure that Sarah Boone was kind to her. I'm sure. It doesn't seem that they were friends, so it also doesn't seem that there were any reason for her to not be kind to her or just personable to her. This is very strange. The lack of prep is showing. Oh no. I'll play it again at the end for sure. For sure. How dare they? They should tell them that was rude. The lack of preparation is showing with this witness. Where's the prep? Where's the prep done for this witness. This witness is older than a lot of the witnesses we've seen. We've seen a lot of people who have experience taking the stand. We've seen a lot of younger people who have I don't want to say the capability, but just sort of the understanding of how the process is going to work and why they're there. I don't think she fully even understands why she's here. I don't oh God, that is awful. I don't think she fully understands why she's here. So she has some reservations. You can see. She also can't hear you. And give her a damn second. You didn't have a witness prepared for, I don't know, an hour's worth of time that the court could have been using to try this case. You can give her a second to answer. She was doing a little mental math in her head about the apartment. Give her a second. Give her a minute. Why are you trying to rush her? This is the last witness you want to rush. She may have something actually really good to say about Sarah Boone's character that might help your case. Give her a second to answer. Respectfully, you suck right now. Like, respectfully, so give her a damn minute. And stop eliciting responses that are going to be objected, that are hearsay. Don't do that. Ooh, I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting frustrated with this. You have to be a chameleon when you're a lawyer. Change. Don't just continue to do what you were doing with the police officers and the detectives and the forensic this and this, the psychologists that, and you don't change. You have to change the way you're doing it. Not just for you, not just for the witness, but for the jury.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker.
I can't hear you.
That you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No, sir.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
No, sir.
Now, in all candor, were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No, I can't say.
Did you also observe George Torres?
That's fair.
During the time that you lived there in the apartment complex?
I didn't see him very much. If we sitting on the porch, that's when I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
He would be in like the back porch area of their house. So if Sarah was the one out and about,
Was there
They probably didn't
when you saw Ms.
come
Boone
across,
with a black eye?
they probably didn't cross paths that often.
Yes.
Did you witness a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse? Objection.
Sustained.
You testified that you saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and bruises that you observed on Ms. Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Okay. Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Walker. Hello.
Is it fair to say you're not
So
sure
cute.
when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
Say that again.
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
When she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there, 'cause we always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or anything
I
like that.
can't remember, sir.
Okay. And
That's
is it
okay.
fair to say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again?
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
Okay. But you don't know who, if anybody, put those marks on her, right?
Well, I
Just tell us for yes or
can
no.
tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs.
This is the defense's fault. This is the defense's fault. They called this witness. This is the defense's fault. This witness, she's just answering questions. She's just answering questions. I don't know if they did any prep or anything. Did they with her with this witness? I don't know if they sort of outlined what can't be said and like how it can't be said. Please don't make assumptions on the stand. I don't know if it like settled in her psyche that she's not allowed to, but all I know, I'm not on their team. This is the defense's fault. The next words, she just started saying them. I was not fast enough with my pause because I don't have a monitor, so everything's on one screen. This is all the defense's fault. They could have said, that's okay. We won't call you as a witness in this case. But they did. I'm going to just go back 5 seconds. The prosecution is asking time-wise when this happened, when she saw Sarah Boone with marks on her neck and marks on her arm like she had been choked. That's what they're asking. And the answer that is being given, it should be struck, but it is still words that the jury will hear.
I can tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
Okay. And you're 5 doors down, right? Unit 8, Unit 3?
Hey, let her
No,
answer. Why is everyone rushing her?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Walker, the deputies are going to come get you and take you out, okay?
We all done?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
She didn't hear a single thing. Any. That wasn't necessary. He needs time to answer exactly why are they rushing her. Let her figure it out. Don't answer for her. It does not look good. Like, let her figure it out. Let her do the little math in her head of, yes, 5 doors, 4 or 5 doors. Yeah, I was 8. I think she was in 3. Or I was in Unit 8. Okay, well, she was in Unit 3. Great. Unit 4, Unit 5, Unit 6, Unit 7. Technically, I mean, you could say 4 doors apart.
Defense ready. Call your next witness.
I don't know. The rushing of a witness always feels icky to me, especially, I know she was so precious, especially when she was actively figuring it out. She was actively figuring out. And it reminds me, let me just go on a little tangent as they're figuring out what is going on. If you have like a speech impediment or a stutter, or you come across someone who has a speech impediment or a stutter, like if you're at work and they're a customer or something like that, there's no need to rush anybody. Like when I come across someone who has say like a stutter or something like that, the last thing I'm going to do is finish their sentence. Like that's so no, they don't do that. Don't do that, because they're speaking. It just is happening in a different time frame than what your brain wants. Let them speak. You're interrupting them. It's just like if you're interrupting someone without a speech impediment. But like it hits a little harder when they're doing it and you are able to recognize that for them it happens at a different pace, not because like it just is like a different like process. So why are you rushing them? Why are you finishing their sentence for them? Let them finish their damn sentence. Like let them come to the conclusion on their own. You ask them a question, let them answer. You're not testifying. She is. She's precious. I'm so glad she's escaped this courtroom not soon enough. Honestly, she should, like, why was she even there? Why was this a thought? Why was this, oh, this will be a great witness for, this will be a great character witness for Sarah Boone? No, just because she wasn't mean to her. That's what the defense wanted to get. See, she's not narcissistic. She wasn't pretentious. No. Gross. That's like me asking Grammy a million times every 2 seconds for an answer immediately. Right. Exactly. Her brain is working different than it used to, different than yours, different than mine, different than anyone else's. Give her a damn second. It's like telling your dog, oh, go get that toy over there. And your dog's like, oh, okay. And then saying it again and saying it again and saying it again. Let them figure it out. I'm not comparing anyone to a dog, but like when you're training a dog, like it's really important to, when you say a command, give them time to think about that command and do it. And then the reward for doing it is even like greater than just, oh, good boy, here's a treat, that type of thing. They had to grasp at straws because Sarah Boone is terrible. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's awful. She is really not good. There's no way they go on another break. What is going on? They don't have any more witnesses? What's happening? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so they're approaching. I guess Sarah Boone looking back. Wild.
All right, appearances for the record. Defense.
James Owens on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Ms. Boone. Kevin Becker on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right, Ms. Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit and maroon blouse. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury as Dr. Harper is here.
Okay, the jury is coming back. I don't know why I turned it up. Let me turn this back down. Someone she wasn't awful to, get them up here, right? Like, that's the only person that they found. That's the only person that they found. She was even awful to her neighbors by making a racket all the time. That's the only person that they found. That was the best. This is the best of the very short list, I'm sure. Also sent you an article on the homicides this past weekend. Thank you. Awesome. Oh, perfect. I see it. We'll be chatting about that for sure. Should I make a group chat between Ronnie, Raylene, and us, all three of us, maybe? We can sort of bounce ideas.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Again, members of the jury.
Okay, I also have yes. Okay, I think we should maybe, Yeah, absolutely. We're all sort of into it. I know. It's like the worry that I feel right now, Raylene, is like intense. Like when I think about it, I feel like shivers down my spine. I actually had a hard time sleeping last night thinking about it. So super important. I might start having someone that I know swinging by your house. Just testing Yuki, just randomly knocking on the door. So can I ask a favor? Can I ask a favor? So I edit for this podcast called Wrestling with the Business. Anyone at Insane Game, shut up. If anyone out there in the internet world would mind going over to that channel, I want to like have fun with them. They're so sweet. I love them so much. But I want to give me a second. I want to if anyone in the internet would like to go over to that channel and leave a comment on like the newest video There's one going up tonight, or there's one that's like the newest one that's already out, and just be like, oh my God, the editing is so good. Who edited this? She's amazing. Because I edit their stuff, and I'll link it here. It's just called Wrestling with the Business. And if you like wrestling, you can go watch it. They talk about all the wrestling stuff. So I just wanted to do a little plug for them as well. I love them. They're super fun. They're just silly, goofy wrestling buffs. And I edit their stuff. I'm learning so much about wrestling. So that's it. Let's get back to it.
If you could just raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions.
Oh, it's instruction. Julie Harper is next. All right, we got a professional.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Doctor, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Dr. Julie Harper,
Oh, wild.
Harper.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge.
It's so
Good
wild.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you've already stated your name, but just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Julie Harper, and I'm a licensed psychologist.
Would you tell the jury your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College in biopsychology. I have a master's degree from University of Denver. I went on from my master's degree to earn a psychological doctorate. That's called a PsyD. That was also from University of Denver. In completing that education, I specialized in psychological assessment, which means I had extra coursework in that area.
I love her manner of speaking. I love it so much. It demands attention, but I feel like I'm being educated. Like, I love this so much. It's like it's like almost like grateful that you have, like, she feels grateful that she has someone to talk to, and she loves talking about this stuff, and the way she's speaking slowly and clearly directly at the jury, just like the last expert did. I love that manner of speaking. She has a soft voice, but like you can hear every single thing that she says. Wow, I love it so much.
Area of learning to administer psychological tests to other people. I completed an APA-approved internship at Washington State University, which means that I was matched, and that was my site to practice being a psychologist for a full year, and that was between 1999 and 2000. And following that, I turned in my dissertation, which was in the passing of power in couples relationships. I then graduated and started my postdoc work
That sounds
in
interesting.
Pullman,
The
Washington.
passing of power.
As part of becoming a psychologist, you have to have over 1,500 to 2,000 hours of supervised work as a psychologist. The person that supervised me was a forensic psychologist. So during that postdoc time, that was my introduction to forensic work while I worked at a community mental health center.
Dr. Harper, how long have you been licensed?
I was first licensed in Washington State in 2002, so 22 years.
Wow.
What type of position have you held as
22 years.
a psychologist?
Well, I was
To say 2002 and then followed by 22 years feels crazy to me. Feels crazy to me. Like, there's no way 2002 was 22, now 23 years ago. My God. No wonder my back hurts. I'm old.
I was rehired at my internship site. So I worked at Washington State University College Counseling Center. I also worked 2 times at a community mental health center. The first time was in Pullman, Washington, and that was during the period of time where I was getting my postdoc hours completed. And then I stayed on after licensure. I also worked in Florida. When I came to Florida in 2005, I took a position in the Fort Walton Beach area at Bridgeway Center, which is a community mental health center. And while working there, I completed a variety of psychological assessments. I was directing the testing program. I also began working doing the Department of Juvenile Justice contract work for evaluating adolescents that had gotten into legal trouble and needed an assessment for consideration of program placement. I worked in that community mental health setting doing clinical assessments and the DJJ contract and Social Security evaluations, and continued that until about 2010. In 2010, I opened my own private practice, which is Northwest Florida Psychological Services. And in the beginning of the practice, it was a combined clinical and forensic practice, meaning that I spent a majority of time doing psychological assessments to answer questions from physicians about things like ADHD, depression, to make treatment recommendations. I had the therapy patients, and I also did, again, Social Security disability evaluations, so numerous kinds of assessments. And then over time, I began doing more and more forensic work, including receiving appointments from judges to do competency to stand trial evaluations, sanity at the time of the offense evaluations for Circuit 1 in Florida. And I continued to do the Department of Juvenile Justice contract briefly, but then that it came up for bid and I discontinued that contract. What I did is I slowly reduced my clinical practice, because when you do forensic psychology, it means you have to travel. Your individuals that you're seeing are not usually out in the community. A lot of times you have to see them in jail. So it's hard to maintain a therapy practice, and I scaled that back over time. Eventually, my practice became entirely forensic. And then in 2017, I took a job with the state of Georgia to be an evaluator full-time. I was working doing competency to stand trial and sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, and then assisting with risk assessments in the inpatient setting. I did that until 2021. At that time, my private practice was just quieted down, of course, from COVID, and I was not in full-time practice. So I wished to return to full-time practice with my own company, and I did that in May of 2021. And since then, obviously, the courts are busy again. We're all recovering from the COVID era and back to full-time practice.
Now, where do you live?
I live in Okaloosa.
I really enjoy her transparency there. She's like, I like doing this, but I also have rent to pay. Well, excuse me, she probably has like mortgages or something. Rent. I'm poor. I also have bills to pay. So I like my private practice, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, there are other jobs that I need to take as well. I love that transparency. Is this the expert that assessed Sarah Boone? Let's find out.
Okaloosa County, and that is in the panhandle of Florida.
And is that where your practice is currently?
Yes.
Bubbles.
Is it fair to say you travel the state to? Is it fair to say you travel the state to do assessments or evaluations?
That's correct. I travel to a lot of cities throughout Florida, as far south as like Miami, and then of course working along.
Is it fair to say that you testified in various counties throughout the state?
Yes.
And I know that yesterday you were set to testify in Bay County, Panama City.
That's correct. I was testifying yesterday in a death penalty case in Bay County.
All right. And when you finished, you drove here?
Yes, I did.
My understanding, you got here after midnight.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm tired.
What other counties have you testified in?
Well, I've testified here in Orange County, in Miami-Dade, in Duval. It might be hard for me to list everywhere. Alachua, Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Walton County, Bay County, Washington.
So just so the jury understands, the nature of practice is you have to travel throughout the state.
Well, I do work in cases where the person is at risk of succumbing to the death penalty. And so those cases require repeated evaluations in different vicinities. And so I have been, traveling to work on murder cases. There are psychologists, I suppose, that do forensic work that might just confine their work to one circuit or stay, but I actually broadly travel.
Okay.
She already said that, so I don't understand why you're asking it again.
You said that your practice is now entirely forensic?
That's correct.
You said? And you testified about what kind of forensic work you do?
Yes. So as a forensic psychologist, sometimes I am tasked with testifying about something very specific. So for instance, a person's ability to stand trial if they're knowledgeable and can go forward with their trial process. I've testified about a person's sanity at the time of the offense, meaning if they had a mental health condition that met the statute as to not being sane at the time of the offense. I've testified in sentencing hearings. I've been an expert witness for Department of Children and Families. I've testified in vocational rehabilitation hearings as their expert in what's called social investigation. That's what they used to call custody evaluations. So in numerous capacities.
And would it be fair to say that a lot of times you're appointed by the court to provide the service that you provide and you're paid by the state?
That's correct.
What percentage of your work is where you're paid by the government to do the work?
I would say that the majority of my work comes through with that court-appointed funding. Percentage-wise, probably about 90%.
Okay. And I realize you testify on occasion by the state, but the majority of your time, 90%, 95% of the time, you testify on the behalf of the defense?
Okay, so I have a question. I have a question. When the male forensic psychologist was on stand and going through his education and work to qualify him as an expert, there was not a moment about money or payment. There wasn't even a hint. There wasn't a question. And I know the defense is covering their bases. It just looks good, especially if the prosecution has, like, if it's been a notion of like contention between the defense and prosecution. The defense is bringing it up for the record, for the court, on the record, that, you know, this person does a lot of government work. That they're not just some random person that I paid a crap ton of money to say good things or bad things, or what have you. But where was that energy for the old man? I'm not saying he's old, but you know, he was older and a man. Anywho, continuing.
Yes, the evaluation is complete, and either side can call me for testimony, and the majority of the time I'm called by defense.
And so you make a living by traveling the state, and generally the court system, I think they call it JAC, pays your fees.
So I make a living by performing work as a forensic psychologist, evaluating individuals, most of the time that are incarcerated in a prison.
Can we listen to that one more time? I know I keep pausing, and like she hasn't, like she's just she's just going through her qualifications to be considered an expert in court. But why the sass for your witness? Can we just Can we just listen to this again?
And the majority of the time I'm called by defense.
And so you make a living by traveling the state, and generally the court system, I think they call it JAC, pays your fees.
So I make a living by.
So you just like travel and then they pay you because you travel. What are we doing? What are we doing? Sarah Boone Trial, what are we doing? Question mark. Because why are you hammering on why are you hammering on this? Why are you hammering on this?
Performing work as a forensic psychologist, evaluating individuals, most of the time that are incarcerated in a prison or a jail setting, providing consultation to attorneys who might just have questions that would, need a psychological expert to explain something to them. I also do fitness for duty evaluations for law enforcement, pre-employment evaluations for law enforcement and firefighters. So depending on the work that's needed, I do those.
Doctor, how is a forensic psychological evaluation different than a regular psychological evaluation? Can you tell the jury?
Sure. So if any of us went into a psychologist's office and had an evaluation done, it would be most likely for treatment. So things like if you qualify for surgery or you're going to have treatment, maybe you've got a condition that you want therapy for. A psychological assessment is very helpful in identifying a diagnosis and then setting a course for treatment. A forensic psychological evaluation has many of the same procedures, but the aim is really different. The aim would be to answer some kind of legal question that is posed. So as an expert, I might be in the position to provide some education or experiential descriptions of something that a person might be suffering from to people that are going to make a decision. So for instance, if it's a competency evaluation, I would educate the fact finder. In that case, it would be a judge about what is wrong with the person, or if they had any deficits at all, or if they were competent to proceed. In a situation like this, a forensic psychological evaluation might be geared more to identifying, again, if there is a mental health condition present in the defendant I'm evaluating, and then to provide a jury with education about what I found in my evaluation.
Okay. She's she's clearly an expert. You know, this is her field of expertise. Um, what do we think she's going to say? If she was the one, if we get to the point, because I don't know, I don't, I go into everything as a juror. I don't know if she is the psychologist who went and did the assessment of Sarah Boone. If this was her job, if she was the one who did the thing, what do we think her assessment is going to be? How strong do you think you are going to agree with her? Put it in the chat. I'm just kidding. You don't have to. You can just listen along. That is totally fine. If you're new here, hi, my name's Lily. I'm not a lawyer, but I like to go through legal things as a layman and learn and experience and commentate and share. Feel free to subscribe and follow along with us. This is day 4 of the Sarah Boone trial. Welcome.
How many forensic psychological evaluations have you conducted? Estimate.
So just as an estimate, it's clearly more than 4,000. I've been doing forensic psychological evaluations as far back as 2007.
Have you been qualified as an expert to testify in forensic psychologist in court as a forensic psychologist?
I have.
And,
I don't think that's in the
you said you
DSM-5,
testified for
Ray.
the prosecution,
Yes.
and you testified for the defense.
Yes.
Is there any difference in the work that you do depending on who hires you? Which side?
Absolutely not. A forensic psychological evaluation is an objective assessment of what's going on with the person. So you should be performing the same kinds of procedures in doing the evaluation. It should not matter who's retained you. What you're trying to do is answer a question.
Are there times when you actually do an evaluation and assess an individual, but then you're not actually called to testify?
Yes, many times that's the case. You will provide your feedback to the attorney, and then it's up to the attorney to decide if there's anything in there that would be useful to them, or if they're pursuing a certain kind of information for the court, they would choose to call you for testimony.
Dr. Harper, do you recognize Sarah Boone at the defense table with Tony Henderson?
I do.
Can we qualify her as an expertise?
It would have been in around
qualify her as an
June of
expert?
2020. Was the first I heard of her case.
And what were you asked to do?
A comprehensive psychological evaluation of Ms. Boone.
And did you do that in Ms. Boone's case?
I did.
Okay. Were you given materials to review?
I was.
Is that?
Oh, can we? Okay. I know I don't want to keep going back, but just listen to her when she says the answer to this question. It is so exhausted. She got involved with this case. This case happened a couple of months ago, so still back in 2024. It didn't go to trial. The actual event that they're dealing with in trial happened in 2020, or maybe even 2019. Maybe I think 2020. I think 2020 because of pandemic. I don't know. I can't remember. Anywho, she got involved with this in 2020. So it has been 4 years at this point of having this case just sort of floating around her life. When is she going to take the stand? Is she going to take the stand? What lawyers are she dealing with? Because Sarah Boone went from lawyer to lawyer to lawyer to lawyer. It was a whole nightmare. So just listen to her. I feel bad. I feel empathy and
Intensive psychological evaluation of Ms. Boone.
And did you do that in Ms. Boone's case?
I did.
Okay. Were you given materials to review?
I was.
Is
It
that
was so
standard
heavy.
operating procedure?
Yes.
You assess the client individually, one-on-one, and then there are collateral evidence or material that you also consider?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Yes. So in forensic work, there are a variety of documents that are usually available in assessing a defendant. In this case, for criminal court, you would see things like witness statements. There might be body cam footage or just more information about the offense itself. Sometimes there's an interrogation video. So you would get
We saw it
the
all.
legal description of the offense and the things that have occurred. I also will often get educational records of a person, mental health records, hospital records, things of that nature that would describe their biopsychosocial history to me.
all
And
the
you were
footage.
given materials as it relates to Sarah Boone to review?
Yes, I have it.
How many times did you meet with Sarah Boone?
Let me just say, we saw probably some of the footage that she saw. She's probably seen many more things. She has for sure read many more things, gone through many more documents than we would ever see within the trial. But we saw body cam, we saw the interrogation, we saw the video of the suitcase, listening to her voice. We've seen her sitting in court a day in and day out. We have seen things as well. We are not, I mean, I don't know about you, but we are not psychologists. Let me just speak for myself. I am not a psychologist. Have I been around a crap ton of psychologists my entire life? That's what happens when you're raised by them. But I am not a psychologist. I am not a lawyer. I am just a person who sees and takes in information as well. I have come to a conclusion myself. Would it align with an expert in this field? Maybe not. Is it going to align with this expert? I'm kind of on the high end of quite possibly. This is going to be very interesting. And if it does not align, I am going to have a lot more questions. And if it does align, I am still going to have questions about all of this, but this is we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We have been like, what do they call it? The army crawl under like the barbed wire in the movies. We're just like army crawling our way through mud to finally get to someone who can give us answers. And that's like the trial process, but we are going to get to answers. So let's listen.
So 9 times.
All right. Can you tell the jury what you did as part of your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Well, we had a clinical forensic interview in which I reviewed her background history, so her early childhood. I also assessed her with assessments, meaning I administered 3 psychological tests to her. I reviewed her prior mental health records, her interrogation video, some prior information about her legal history. So she had been previously arrested. I reviewed that as well. We had an opportunity to review the transcript of her interrogation video. So there were a variety of things that would be considered what I did with her.
Okay.
I want to know about the 3 psychological
So you
tests.
considered some medical records?
Yes,
And did you also consider some records from George Torres's records?
I did see his hospital records.
Now, do you consider, in doing an assessment and forming any opinions, an individual like Ms. Boone's upbringing in terms of where they grew up and what their family environment was like?
Yes, that's part of gathering their background history, so biopsychosocial information.
And did you consider Ms. Boone's upbringing in forming any opinions?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so of her history, I found it pertinent that she was raised with.
Conduit 704.
Approach.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So they're getting into water that makes the prosecution a little tense. Let's skedaddle through their sidebar chitty chat.
Would you have considered, as part of her family background, whether or not some of her family members had passed away early in her life?
Objection. Leading conduit 704.
Sustained.
You considered the entire family background and history without going into the details of what
Ask
she said or what
better
you learned from looking at
questions.
records. I'm sorry?
Yes,
And did you consider her relationship with her mother as part of her psychological development?
yes.
Applause. There's no
Now, do you
applause.
believe that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
I do.
She doesn't qualify or meet the criteria for that diagnosis, does she?
I did not diagnose her with that.
Can you elaborate on or explain?
You sure about that? Is the only thing that I'm hearing in my head. What I don't even know what that's from. Okay, so we have gathered that she has some narcissistic traits. These captions sometimes, I know, so wild. They're really trying. They're really trying. Like the AI is like really trying. And sometimes it just does not work. During like the Karen Reed trial, it was like it was all over the place. Lely was never it was never right. Um okay. All right. So we are getting into very tense moments. You can feel it like in the room. You can feel it in the room how tense it is. You can hear there's like like you can hear every single paper that's being flipped. So no, like they're not all just sort of like working and letting, the character witnesses like, say whatever they want to say. When they hear some hearsay, they're like, well, that's a little bit of hearsay. I object. Prosecution is listening so diligently, and they are not going to let them get away with anything that they shouldn't get away with right now in this very moment. They are going to be on the edge of their seat, on the tips of their toes, ready to just spew objection. The moment they feel that it is necessary. This is it. This is like the climax. Like this is like we've been building to this moment. We finally have a reason for them to pay attention. And that in turn tells the jury, I mean, if you're in a room where you can freaking cut the tension with a knife, you're probably a little more vigilant. You're paying a little more attention. You're sort of taking things in faster. You're processing a little bit better. They're probably taking better mental notes or actual physical notes. They're listening, and this is at 1.25 speed, and it definitely feels like everyone has slowed their language down. It feels like everyone is talking even slower than they were before, which drives me crazy. I think Bev and Lally should watch and take notes. They got a lot on their plates right now. They're not watching anything. I'm sure Judge Canoni has other like cases and stuff going on. But Lally, I don't even think I can't get into it. Let's just get back. Karen Reed for another day. But yes, they need to yes, golly. It drives me crazy. The whole Karen Reed case. Raylene, golly.
Okay. How you feel that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
Well, in meeting with her as part of the evaluation, the narcissistic traits that I identified would have to do with, as she described, being a straight A student. She reiterated about her abilities, and I felt that that was evidence that she had low self-esteem, and her coping mechanism was to identify what made her stand out, and that would be consistent with a narcissistic trait.
Now, I know there's been reference in this case to a manual that all psychologists, all psychiatrists refer to. Do you have that manual with you?
I do.
And what is the name of that manual?
It is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the text revision. So it's the DSM-5 text revision.
Now, Dr. Brandon testified earlier today, and there was some evidence relating to when you suffer from narcissism, there's a sense of grandiosity. But is that from this manual in your studies, in your experience, where they require excessive admiration and whatnot, that there's a reason for that?
My God.
If I'm understanding your question, there's a criterion in narcissistic personality disorder related to that.
What I'm getting to is many times you may have these narcissistic traits, but really you suffer from very low self-esteem.
That's the underpinning of that criterion.
Would you explain that to me?
If I'm allowed to reference the DSM, then I can explain it best.
Just
as an expert.
All right.
To review, if you need to read a paragraph and then explain it to the jury.
So based on the description in the DSM, if a person's self-esteem is very fragile and they have low self-esteem, they may require more outside admiration or even appear more grandiose in their abilities because at root, they don't feel secure and confident. And so it's what we would call a defense. And so that criterion is actually a way that a person tries to make themselves feel better.
Anything else
Now,
you want to say about
y'all, Now, y'all do not go around diagnosing people because this little definition of one little paragraph in this 18,000 page DSM-5 text revised. Don't be going out and diagnosing people if you do not have the education and the licensure to diagnose people. But it can be a great insight having some knowledge of what is pertained in this DSM-5, which I have looked at a lot for many different reasons. It really does and can help you sort of in your day-to-day experience with humans, that everyone has a little thing. Everyone's got at least a little something. Everyone's got at least a little characteristic or something here, something there. There's something within people that, we're all different. We all have different ways of thinking, processing, and delivering, and in digesting and ingesting everything around us. It is a fantastic reminder that just because you're seeing a little bit of something from someone does not mean that that's like part of their baseline, that's part of who they are on a daily basis. But it can sort of help with like dealing, if you're working at like a sales associate situation, you have customers. It's like there's moments that you can sort of pull from some like little bits of knowledge of personality traits and stuff like that, that can help you sort of get through tough situations or end situations or conversations that won't end what you really want them to end, stuff like that. But don't go out diagnosing people. Don't do it. She can, you can't, unless you have the licensure.
About that,
I
that
don't.
issue.
Well, you asked me about why I didn't diagnose narcissistic personality disorder. And again, from the DSM,
Are there criteria?
there are criterion for each disorder.
And so when you're assessing someone, they have to meet all those criteria for you to form that opinion that they actually suffer from that disorder?
Well, the
Not
first,
necessarily.
I guess, issue is, do they have the criterion that are listed? And then the second would be, is there a different mental health disorder that would better explain the criterion that you're seeing? The criterion within the DSM overlap considerably across disorders. And so there are some helpful guidelines within the DSM to remind you of that you may have what's called differential diagnosis. So if you're considering one thing, that you also are directed to look at other things. So that happened in this case, in this instance, that the DSM guided me to also look at other things.
But just for purposes, to make it clear, you did not diagnose her with narcissism, that disorder.
That's correct, because the DSM's description guided me that would not be an appropriate diagnosis.
Why did you not diagnose Ms. Boone with a personality disorder?
Well, first of all, it has to be a pervasive pattern of distorted.
How come she's allowed to have notes she's flipping through? I thought usually a witness can't read from notes. That is an excellent question. Fantastic question. There are different rules for character witness, standard witness, witnesses versus expert witnesses. So, expert witnesses are allowed to bring in their notes, their so like let's go back to like Karen Reed, right? So for the everything goes back to Karen Reed, but such a great question. So if in the Karen Reed case, the expert, let's say computer, a Celebrite expert, the British guy, but he's from Canada, if he wasn't allowed to have his notes, there would be no way for him. He'd have to pull from his memory, and there was so much. So experts are allowed to have their notes, their filings, their papers, but they should be qualified as an expert within the court process. So like while they're sitting there and they go through, oh, I got educated here, I have this master's degree, I have 18 masters, and I've been working for 75 years. The next step after going through all of their background should be, I move to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology, assessing whatever, et cetera, et cetera. That didn't happen verbally. They might have done that at sidebar, but that didn't happen verbally here, but they are allowed to have their stuff. So they have poignant references that they can go to. Now, reading directly from it, you cannot do. You're not supposed to read directly from it, like holding up, like, oh, right, this day I said da 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 da, right? So you can't do that, but you can use your notes and have them open, or and usually sometimes if it's like pieces, like physical pieces of evidence, there's reports or like scans of reports that everyone has, and they can say, oh, well, on page, so and so, can I refresh my recollection? Can I refresh my memory? And then they can take a look, read through their own notes, their own documents that they either filed or they signed or they wrote themselves, whatever have you, and then look back up and say, yes, my recollection has been refreshed, my memory has been refreshed from looking over my notes. Let me explain this to you, not verbatim, but so that the jury can understand. Because the most important part about expert witnesses is for the jury to understand what the hell their job even is. Because for the most part, no one's ever really going to come in contact with a forensic psychologist whose main job is to assess the ability of someone to stand a death penalty trial, So like it's so rare that like is also someone's field, because there's not a lot of them, because one, there's not a lot of death penalty in the United States anymore. So like there's very certain things. So they should not be reading directly from it, which she is not doing. I wish that she clearly has a lot of like flags in the book. So having sort of okay, we're going to talk about, you saying she has narcissistic traits, and then she should probably flag in the book that she would be referring to, narcissistic, whatever, so that she can just kind of flip right through to it. So I don't know what she has flagged. I mean, she does a lot of work. This might be the only book that she uses. I don't know. I don't know nothing about her. But yes, expert witnesses can have their own notes to reference while they're testifying. If that makes sense? I don't know I don't know if my words worked. I guess she's doing a pretty good job of not reading. Yeah, yeah. And that's pretty much the key, is to not read directly from it, but it can be there to help them. Because I mean, they have so much. I mean, like after yeah, no problem. It's such a no problem. After like she says that she's assessed like over like what 4,000, 5,000 people. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. And for the majority of like standard witnesses, the event that they're like they're on trial for, that they're going to be asked about, is pretty much like, if you don't remember, you don't remember. But if you were just sort of a witness to the event, like if there was a car accident that resulted in death and someone was drunk driving, and you were like the car right behind them, you're not actively taking notes in the process of your job, because you weren't doing a job at that like for that trial at the time. So yeah. So I think it comes down to like the job that's actively being done. Standard witnesses, they weren't really doing a job. Police officers, when they come on, they aren't always, I mean, sometimes they are considered expert witnesses depending on why they're there, but that's pretty rare. They are like a standard witness, but they have way more physical articles, like reports, evidence bags that they signed, that they have the ability to ask to have their memory refreshed. So it's like, oh, well, in your report you said this. It's like, well, if you have the report, is there any way I'd be able to refresh my recollection on that? Because I wrote it down, and I can approve that's my signature and stuff like that. So there's like the lay person who just so happened to be like wrong place, wrong time, sort of, or like a victim of some sort, and then like the police officers, and then the experts. And so it kind of like, it's like a chart of like how much access to physical paper, or sort of notes that they can have during the trial. Yeah, and like the stuff stored in the brain. Oh my God, I could never remember. I can't remember. I mean, I am having a hard time remembering some of the stuff from this trial.
Relational. So basically, if she is demonstrating
only
in a variety of
imagine being
settings
her.
that she has these symptoms. And then secondarily, the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is listed when you're considering personality disorders. The DSM guides you that if there are personality changes that are associated with the exposure to a trauma, then you should consider post-traumatic stress disorder and not a personality disorder.
Right. Yeah. So, and that is sort of that's like a lawyer judge thing as well. Sometimes like I could almost say in the Alec Murdoch case that some people were able to kind of just keep their stuff on their desk and just make sure they weren't directly looking at it. And I think that's really like a preference of the court or the lawyers themselves, and it kind of does. I mean, that's pretty much like the best procedure is I can give this to you or refresh your recollection. Can I go, has it been refreshed? Yes. May I approach and grab this paper? Okay, now tell me what you know or whatever. Yeah, absolutely, that's like the best process, because things can happen. People eyes can wander. It's super easy. I would probably go that route if I was ever a lawyer. I would definitely go that route just to cover my butt. You know, uh, you're not catching me out on a problem. You know.
Have you diagnosed her with anything? And we'll elaborate on that. But through your assessment, have you diagnosed her with anything?
Yes, so she has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. She has symptoms of anxiety that would be consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is an anxiety disorder.
And you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress?
I do.
Now, at the time of this event, we're talking February 23rd of 2020, you were aware that she did not have much family support.
Yes.
I know a lot of people that don't have family support. They don't murder
Psychological
anyone.
testing allows an objective measurement of what the person's symptoms may be as compared to sort of an average. So if we can see what the average range on a standardized measure would be for any person, if there is an interpretable difference, that gives me clinical information. So it's not just relying on what the person has told me. I've got an objective measurement that I can compare to other people. And then I also administer psychological testing in a forensic evaluation to help assist me in making sure that the person is intending to put in good effort with me. In some forensic settings, a person may have a reason to present symptoms, like if they're in a custody evaluation, for instance, they might have a reason to minimize symptoms, or they may exaggerate something else. And so assessments as to the person's response to you and if they're validly participating are important.
So there are tests to see if you're faking or malingering or that type of thing?
Right. And so you would call it feigning mental health symptoms when the person is either far exaggerating a symptom they do have, or if they're pretending to have a symptom that they do not actually have.
Okay. Now, as it relates to Sarah Boone, what type of psychological testing did you administer?
I administered the inventory of legal knowledge, and that is a test that has to do with whether or not she was validly participating regarding her understanding of the legal process. I also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Now, explain to the jury what that Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test is.
So that is also a test of feigning to identify if she's validly participating in the evaluation. So if she had endorsed psychological symptoms or psychiatric symptoms that would be unusual or not typical of a valid psychiatric patient.
What were the results
You trying to
of
act
this
crazy?
Test on the Miller Forensic?
She validly participated. There was no indication of any feigning or malingering.
As far as the inventory of legal knowledge case, what were the results?
Again, she was validly participating, and she did not even come close to the cutoff. That would put her in the range of feigning.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the clinician-administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale is?
Yes. So that would be considered a very useful assessment of post-traumatic stress disorder. It allows me to interview a person about exposure to a traumatic incident, and then identify if there's a change in behavior that has occurred as a result of that exposure to trauma.
At the time that you administered that test, did Ms. Boone in fact have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well,
Or tell me the results. Just-
yes, so the results would be consistent
Terrible
with
question.
a person having post-traumatic stress disorder. I do not diagnose from one test, that wouldn't be appropriate, but it is consistent with the background and the symptoms that I had previously, taken down during my evaluation of her. So the clinical portion, we go through symptoms, that was consistent with the outcome of that test.
And would this testing, all the testing, help you determine if Ms. Boone had a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma to after the alleged trauma? And I'm referring to the trauma. We're going to talk about what the trauma was, but the trauma was the intimate partner violence?
That's correct.
Okay. But would that testing
Damn,
help
just throw it
determine
down like that.
if she had a change in functioning from that trauma of the intimate partner violence?
Absolutely.
Okay, question. Posing a question. Can someone suffer from PTSD from intimate partner violence from being the aggressor as well? Does intimate, and this is just a question. Just a question. Can IPV create and result in PTSD in a person who was not just the victim, but also the aggressor, the reason that violence occurred, the one who created the violence? Can it go both ways? That's a question that I would like answered from an expert, but also you guys. What do you guys think?
And did you determine that she did suffer from a trauma as a result of intimate partner violence?
That was my conclusion. Yes, that's my opinion.
Now, in considering all the available information, you don't just rely on what Ms. Boone tells you to
No.
make your decisions.
No, I don't. I do interview a person as part of the clinical forensic interview, of course, but I also consider things that are reported, like in their arrest narrative, witness statements, all of medical records. So there are a variety of sources of information, collecting data points and reviewing those to arrive at a conclusion.
So you did review Ms. Boone's previous diagnoses in her history?
Yes,
Did you consider the previous diagnoses in arriving at your own?
I did. Yes.
What did Ms. Boone, what had she been diagnosed with prior to you getting involved?
Section 7400.
Approach.
I was just fixing my chair too. They are approaching. They are having conversation. All right, this should be done soon. Okay. Sooner rather than later would be great.
Objection is sustained.
But
Here we
you
go.
agree, and I think this is a fair question, you would consider prior other experts who may have diagnosed her with something?
So I would definitely consider her mental health records, diagnoses previous clinicians may have arrived at the time
Okay.
when I diagnosed her myself.
Okay, given the assessment that you did with Sarah Boone, and considering the totality and the time you spent with her and the other records, did you diagnose Sarah Boone with anything?
Yes, so post-traumatic stress disorder. It's my opinion at the time of the offense, she had depression and she had an alcohol use disorder.
All right. I know we've talked about post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if I need to ask you anything further. I think the jury probably understands that. Is there anything else you wanted to add about that disorder?
I'm not sure what the jury's already been told about post-traumatic stress disorder, but in Sarah Boone's case specifically, because of enduring, she specifically noted the time that she was stabbed with the knife as being an extremely.
Sustained.
You have viewed have you viewed some exhibits involving her being stabbed?
I think that we have had exhibits in common. I'm not sure what was admitted.
Have have you seen the physical
Terrible
scar
question.
from Sarah Boone being stabbed in the back of the leg?
Yes, I've seen her scar.
Overruled.
Just generally, without getting specific, I think I've explained post-traumatic stress, but if there's something else the jury you believe the jury needs to know, but it's a sort of trauma.
She doesn't know what
that
the jury
occurs as a result
knows.
of one or more events.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is the psychological after effect of being exposed to a very significant stressor or cumulative stressors that make the person's behavior, thinking, and mood change. And so the change can include things like the person becomes hypervigilant, is easily startled, has trouble thinking, has trouble sleeping. So their body is in a state of agitation. It can also include changes in mood that would include irritability, difficulty relating to others, and that they might be resistant to trust easily. So those are all
They
features.
have trouble sleeping sometimes.
Yes.
Sleep deprivation is a real issue.
Yep, she said that.
It's associated with things like nightmares and having trouble settling.
Now, you mentioned that you had diagnosed her with depression. Can you just give us a general understanding for the jury of depression?
So the persistent sad mood, including feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, having difficulty concentrating, sleep problems, changes in appetite, those would be typical of depression.
And Sarah Boone suffered from that?
Near the time of the offense, yes.
Or can you explain to the jury alcohol use disorder? That's a fairly new name. That's 5 or 6 years ago. The manual came up with a different name.
It did, right. And so that would be, in layman's terms, you might call it alcoholism. It's a tendency to drink too much and then have some kind of consequence in your life as a result of your substance use.
And alcoholism can be, depending on how much you drink and then how often you drink.
That's right.
All that is something that you would consider in diagnosing.
Yes.
The many people who suffer from alcohol use disorder, I don't know how to put this, are they in denial?
I would say that is one of the stages of alcohol use disorder and amenability to treatment. So in denial, it's because you do not want to acknowledge that there are consequences from your use, because in doing that, you might have to reduce how much you're using. So to deny means that you feel that you can continue your use without having to change that. So you want to maintain the access to the substance.
You don't have a problem.
That's right.
What is the difference between traits and a diagnosis?
Well, we all have personalities. And so you're going to have coping mechanisms that include personality styles. So for instance, even though you might not be diagnosable as something, there are times when if you're upset, hurt, frustrated, you have a mood state that's unpleasant, you're going to deal with that by using some kind of coping mechanism. So traits of personality disorders might be present in the way that you deal with inner pain, things that you don't like feeling. So some people, for instance, if they feel uncomfortable, they may cling too much or become excessively bonded to try to escape a feeling that they don't like. And that might be a dependent personality trait. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have a personality disorder, because that would have to be pervasive across like all the environments. But when stressed or upset or not feeling good, you're going to use some kind of coping mechanism. And that might be one of the criterion, for instance, of the personality disorder. You would call that a trait.
And is it your understanding that this trauma that one suffers from repeat domestic violence can cause one to be considered suffering from the syndrome, we call it battered spouse or battered woman syndrome?
Yes. So the diagnosable condition would be PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. That's how a clinician would label the response to trauma. The pattern between partners, the person's coping mechanism because of that trauma, that would be what's considered battered spouse or battered partner syndrome.
And you're aware that concept of being traumatized by the battered spouse syndrome or the post-traumatic stress is relevant to a self-defense case.
Yes.
In criminal context.
Yes, I understand that.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, under the battered spouse syndrome,
like,
the person
no.
would experience a trauma or a situation in which they feared harm. And based on that fear of harm, they would react in a certain way that might not be understandable to other people. So their fear is based on the pattern of behavior between them and their partner. That might not be the case for another set of people.
Okay, let me just pause. Yes, I agree with all the things that she's saying. I'm sure that Sarah Boone has traits of this and traits of that, and is definitely diagnosable for probably at least PTSD, et cetera, et cetera. But should the punishment for, if the jury says, I like this expert, I like how she's explaining it, I like how she showed us she got us to the root, she brought us, to the leaves of the tree, like she gave us everything in between, how she got there, why she got there, she is an expert, she knows what she's doing. If the jury likes this, if the jury is digging it, is down with it, is into it, does that make what she did have a consequence that is lesser than if someone who did not suffer from PTSD, battered person syndrome, have narcissistic traits? The punishment is where we're going with this, because we all know she did the thing. She zipped him up, she left him there, she went to bed, she woke up, Jorge's dead. So it's all about the why and the punishment. The why, the defense wants to say, is because she suffers from PTSD. She is a battered person. She has battered person syndrome. She is broken. She has been broken. She had been broken by Jorge. And then she did a thing that no one would ever be able to recognize themselves doing, because of how broken she was when it happened. That's a question. And I'm just
Now, I know that Dr. Lenore Walker is the one who first uncovered this syndrome back in the 70s.
Her research study generated the term. She was interested in why battered women specifically, at first, that was what was studied, didn't leave their partner because, of course, they're experiencing traumatic events, risks to their life, but then they didn't leave. So she undertook the original research study on that.
Just briefly touch on, because I know Dr. Brandon has this, there was 3 stages that Dr. Walker developed for that syndrome.
I think you're referring to phases that a person may go through, or the cycle of the relationship. That includes the tension building phase, in which there is the first instance that tension is building within the partner. There might be a change in tone, a signaling that there's a difference in agitation. The second is the true battering event. So something has happened between the partners that's violent in nature. And then third, there's the honeymoon phase, which is to keep the relationship intact. The batterer would engage in what's called honeymoon behaviors, like trying to repair the relationship, apologize, essentially keep the victim from departing from the relationship. So those are 3 phases.
And is it fair to say that psychologically, the abuser, does alcohol often involved in the abuse?
Yes.
And as far as the victim that's getting abused, and you say it's a cycle, is the victim, when they go through that last stage, the honeymoon stage, are they thinking, okay, it's going to be better?
Yes, the hopefulness in that, trying to believe that the behavior has changed, that they're not going to be abused again, the hopefulness to maintain the relationship, to forgive. That's part of that last stage, phase 3, is maintaining the relationship.
I don't think I've asked this. Why would someone who has been exposed to intimate partner violence perceive the likelihood of a new violent event about to appear? Why would they perceive the likelihood of that violence differently than, say, a normal person?
Well, it speaks to the pattern. So any relationship will have its own special pattern, that you have things that only your partner knows about you, or certain looks that you give that mean something, and you learn that over time. So over a period of incidents, basically, the victim begins to perceive cues that would signal impending danger. Those cues could be really subtle, just a change in tone, or some small behavior that might not mean much to another person, but it has preceded other violent acts. So for instance, if your husband decides that he is not going out that night. He might put on different clothes to stay home. And that could be a signal, like abuse and violence has occurred in his stay-at-home clothes, for instance. That might not mean much to another person because, again, it's specific to that dyad. Those two people know those patterns. So the victim may perceive a small or subtle change in their partner as a cue because they've become hypervigilant. The body knows when it's experienced a threat to itself, and it will take note. We record memories differently when we're at risk. So these subtle cues become very well memorized by somebody who's being victimized.
Now, this and battered spouse syndrome is a subset.
Okay, so my same question as before. If this is all factual information, about Sarah Boone and how her brain works and what she was suffering with, why would she put herself into a situation that would end up with Jorge upset and lead to violence against her by zipping him up completely? And then also, when his laughter finally subsided and his tone changed, not unzip him. Because the way I'm thinking is that wouldn't you want to unzip him while he's still having fun? If this is all true, if he was aggressive and violent towards her, why would you wait until the tone changes and then potentially unzip him and then oopsies, I forgot and went to bed? If you oopsies, I forgot and went to bed, you did not oopsies, I forgot and went to bed because there's so much inside of your brain. You are hyper vigilant. That was a purposeful decision you made. There are a lot of dots, and I feel like there's a picture that can be made after connecting all the dots, but I'm getting a lion and it's supposed to be a horse. Like, some of the things are just not adding up for me. They're just not adding up for me. Just not adding up.
Of post-traumatic stress disorder, which you diagnosed Sarah Boone with.
To claim
When
self-defense
those personality
when
changes
someone
occur,
was
and they
incapacitated
persist after an
in
individual has been
a
exposed to
suit
this extreme
case.
stress, is that when the diagnosis occurs?
The changes would be as a result of the pattern. The person experiences a change, like in their sleeping, in their hypervigilance. That's when you can diagnose it. So you can have a trauma or an experience of a scary incident, but it doesn't mean that you will absolutely have post-traumatic stress disorder. You have to have those reactive symptoms that would suggest that it's present.
In your opinion, and I know you've gone over this event with Sarah Boone, this February 23rd, 2020 event, is your opinion that she was suffering from battered spouse syndrome at the time of that event?
Yes, she had patterns ingrained in her behavior that would be typical of a victim who's responding to traumatic events in a predictable way. So that would fit that.
Then it's fair to say that because of the intimate partner and the prior violence, that you would have a heightened sense of when danger was about to occur.
Yes.
When a threat was about to occur.
Yes.
Threat of danger.
That's right.
Now I want to talk about placating the abuser, a victim placating an abuser. Are there predictive cues which an abuser may exhibit to a victim that result in a high level of anxiety arousal, in which the battered woman may attempt to reduce through several different means to delay the beating? Can you explain that?
Yes. So the phase of the relationship that starts with that tension building, that is a jumping off point potentially. So if you can stop the escalation, you might stay in phase one for a period of time. Phase one being that tension building phase and trying to reduce it and not allow it to escalate. So placating the abuser might include distraction. It could include substance use. It could include a change of scenery. There are a lot of things that a partner will learn to do so that they don't have the escalation into an abusive event, if possible. It doesn't always stop it.
Now, in reviewing all of the data, all the reports, medical records, and whatever reports you considered, videotape that you may have watched, as it relates specifically to Sarah Boone, are her words her power?
Her words, I would say, are the weapon that she has.
Explain that to the jury.
In reviewing the available videos that I had to review, you would see that when Ms. Boone is very stressed, when she's experiencing a high level of anxiety, she becomes short in her tone. You can hear that in her voice. There's a strain, sharper words come out. I think that that is the way that she would try to respond to Mr. Torres. You can hear that sharpness in her voice when she's very stressed out.
Now, would you agree that victims may exhibit a range of behaviors when they're suffering from intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Self-isolation?
Yes.
Suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
Substance abuse?
Yes.
And there are often physical signs of injury such as bruising?
That's correct.
Chronic fatigue?
Yes.
Learned helplessness?
Yes.
Can you tell I know Dr. Brandon spoke on it, but could you tell us a little bit about that?
So learned helplessness is when you start to form the opinion that nothing's going to make any difference. It comes originally from an animal study in which dogs were shocked. And the research study indicated that even when dogs were given an opportunity to escape the environment in which they were being shocked, if they were shocked enough, they just stopped trying to escape. So even though they had an opportunity to do so, they did not do that. That's called learned helplessness. It's the idea or belief that what your actions are going to do are not going to make a difference. So don't try.
What are intrusive memories?
Intrusive memories are an element of post-traumatic stress disorder in which you don't want to be thinking of a traumatic event, but it intrudes on something else you're trying to do. Like maybe you're folding socks or something like that, just doing something mindless, and that's what takes over your thought process. It's not something that you're trying to think about. We could plan what we're thinking about, or sometimes if you're just having this intrusive experience, that's not what you were intending to think about at all.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes.
I know there can be triggers that bring on these memories. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Are there also symptoms of this syndrome where, like in the alcoholism, where you have denial that you're in the middle of this cycle?
Well, as part of the relationship, there's an element of pleasure. Like you have early on in the relationship something that binds you together. So you're remembering that, you're hoping for that. Even though the repeated cycle is going through the phases 1, 2, and 3, you keep hoping for elements of that honeymoon phase, wishing that it was better. So it is like denial. You're imagining the way it used to be. You have a recollection of that person showing you positive behaviors, and you're hoping for that. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on. And it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having in your relationship. And that's because it's embarrassing. It's revealing a loss of control to other people. It's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get feedback that you should leave your partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that concern in your own mind about it. And so, it seems like denial on the outside to hide it.
Would you agree many people who suffer from this, they're minimizing what is happening to them?
Yes.
And they're numbing their emotions to it.
Well, to stay present and keep that relationship, it's very difficult for a lot of people because they're experiencing physical and emotional harm. So they want to numb it because numbing it means that you can keep that relatedness no matter how bad it's getting.
Does some people with this syndrome disassociate?
Relevance.
Yeah. That has not been a conversation. Okay. A lot just happened with that very last question. A lot just went wild with that last question. That came out of nowhere. That has not been the topic, and that has not been the reason that we're here. Yes, all the things she said. All right, they did a good job with the judge.
Women often develop the defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during a traumatic experience.
Some people do experience that.
You can tell by
just
her
gonna list some of
answer,
the
she does not want to go down that
symptoms
road.
that you find in battered spouse women, just to see if you agree with these. We talked about intrusive memories and flashbacks of the past traumatic events. You agree with that?
Yes,
Severe anxiety and hypervigilance,
yes,
panic attacks,
that is sometimes present. It depends on how the person experiences anxiety, but some do have panic attacks.
very low self-esteem,
Yes,
poor body image,
sometimes.
feeling that they have no control,
Yes,
sexual dysfunction,
it can be, particularly if the trauma includes sexualized attacks.
short-term memory problems and confusion,
Yes, that's part of PTSD sometimes.
and they can actually have physical health problems from the chronic stress and physical violence.
That's correct.
Fear,
Yes,
constant fear.
that is correct.
Now, the abusive partner, the abuser, part of the abuse would be hitting, kicking, punching, choking, burning, and biting.
Approach.
Okay. I'm just trying to find it. Come on. Oh my gosh. This is what happens like near the end of the day.
Partner towards the victim
There we go.
that create this intimate partner violence or create this syndrome in the woman. Hitting,
Yes, that could be an overt act.
kicking,
Yes,
punching,
yes,
choking,
yes,
burning,
yes,
using weapons to hurt you,
yes,
a knife,
correct.
curtain rod,
Yes,
threatening to hurt you, your children, or your pets,
yes,
belittling and humiliating you,
that's correct.
taking your car keys,
That would be considered a form of control. So yes,
controlling your money,
yes,
control where you go and who you see
correct.
and who you can talk to,
That's right.
force you to have sex when you don't want to,
Yes,
stalking you,
yes,
slapping you,
correct.
Do you agree victims that suffer from this abuse experience feelings of anger,
Yes, that can be in some of the phases. So
sadness,
yes,
hopelessness,
yes,
worthlessness,
correct.
intense feelings of fear?
Yes,
Abusers have a tendency to have low self-esteem themselves.
Overruled.
Abusers.
Overruled.
The abuser can have low self-esteem himself,
yes,
have a desire for power and control,
correct.
have a tendency to use alcohol or drugs.
Yes,
Abusers oftentimes have temper,
that's correct.
become jealous easily,
Yes,
very possessive.
can be.
It's like so quiet in there. Everyone's just waiting.
The victims can suffer from severe psychological distress.
That's correct.
Is that what Sarah Boone suffered from?
Yes,
Everyone is patiently waiting for Cross to get a different perspective because this perspective has sort of been like drilled into the jury now. I can feel it. While at the same time, you're sort of finally getting something real.
Exhibit 14, 5 photographs. Did you watch the video of the TV, the Baton TV?
I did.
You considered that in your analysis and your diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
show you some pictures. Exhibit 12. I believe she's testified this for the current crime. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Exhibit 11, are you familiar with this photograph over here?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, which is her arm. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes.
Exhibit 9, picture of the blood knee. Exhibit 8, picture of her black eye.
Yes. I've seen these.
Picture, exhibit 7, picture of her Sarah's lips and like an eyebrow.
Yes.
And this is a composite exhibit 6, which is of the.
No, this is interesting because she's not a medical examiner. These are photos that she has looked at to do her assessment, which entailed everything.
I'm not
Videos,
sure if I've seen this photo, but I've seen the medical records to see that.
medical records, pictures, history, education, this and that, this and that. So she can't comment on this is a bruise from a hand or anything like that, but she can go through and say there are numerous pieces of evidence, photos, videos of her injured, that would align with someone who was in a continuously violent situation, being with, in the interpersonal relationship aspect of violence. So
Yes, under the substantiation that she has indeed experienced past instances of intimate partner violence against her.
Is it fair to say that it takes time, a number of times, to visit with someone like this to build trust?
Yes, traumatized people are slow to disclose information. You have to build rapport. You have to make sure that they experience you discussing other things without an emotional reaction. They feel easily judged, as we mentioned, have defensive denial, things like that. So you need to build good rapport in doing an assessment with somebody that's experienced trauma.
So a lot of times they're very slow to open up and tell you about the abuse.
That is correct.
And they'll actually often lie about it.
Deny it, yes, and just say that that's not the issue or they're fine. So oftentimes I'll have an evaluation request come from an attorney who's having difficulty interacting with their client, and then ultimately it's a result of trauma.
Now, I know that you viewed everything, and I know you've seen her 9 times. Is there did you feel like you had enough time? Was 9 visits enough time for you to feel like you had enough time and information to form the opinions that you've expressed here today and give to the jury?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Just give me one moment. Just give to me one moment of your time. There's that is so interesting to me that she, now that her alleged abuser is no longer around, her and her ability to stand up for herself has grown exponentially, i.e. all of her lawyers that she made life difficult for because she did not feel that they were representing her properly. So I think that's not something that the jury knows or would be told or is, that's not part of the trial inside of the jury's eyes and ears that she is now on lawyer number, I don't know, 7 or 8. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting to me. All of this is so very interesting to me.
Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
Good afternoon.
So you have done some evaluation work on battered spouse syndrome for a prosecution in the past?
No,
All right. Have you done insanity evaluations for the prosecution in the past?
I have been called to testify about that.
So you understand when the government obtains a court order for their expert to come in and do an evaluation, it's for one evaluation, correct?
I believe that you're saying that the government can retain their own expert. Yes,
No, I mean, what I'm talking about is you just went through that you had 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
I did. Yes,
And that was over the course of 8 different days because 2 of those visits were morning and afternoon sessions, correct?
that's right.
And what we are trying to help you have the jury understand is that when you get hired by the government and the court gives you an order to go evaluate somebody, you get one crack at the apple. Is that your understanding from your past work working for the government?
No, that's not always correct. There are many instances in competency evaluations where evaluators will request additional visits if they cannot determine their opinion on the first visit.
All right. Specifically, when it comes to an affirmative defense, such as battered spouse evidence and insanity, what is your understanding and your expertise?
What is my understanding of the
One.
issue? Oh,
Judge, the question.
Legal objection.
Objection.
Legal grounds.
He asked a question about battered spouse and
Approach.
Legal grounds, bro. Legal grounds. Objection. Why? Not, don't give me words. Don't give to me the words. Just give me the legal grounds. For example, asked and answered, argumentative. What are the legal grounds? We're not doing
Check,
these
sustained.
spoken objection
When it comes to an
in front of
affirmative
the
defense,
jury.
such as battered spouse syndrome being used for self-defense or, not and, insanity, it requires a court order for the state to go have an evaluator go, right?
yes.
All right. Now, what are the agreed upon criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response, like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where they've been exposed in the past? So pattern of violence that has repeated.
Does control over another person in an intimate relationship have anything to do with it?
Yes, it can.
Does isolation have anything to do with it?
Yes.
And by control, I mean controlling who you go see, who you hang out with, so on and so forth?
Yes.
And could it involve controlling personal items of the other person as well?
Yes, it can.
So that's what I'm asking. Like in the DSM-5 TR, I believe you pulled up narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes.
And so when you do that, it pulls up and it says there's 9 criteria and 5 of those criteria must be met to make a diagnosis for narcissistic personality disorder, correct?
That's right.
Now, battered spouse syndrome is not recognized by the DSM-5 TR, correct?
No, it's not a diagnosis. You wouldn't use it as a diagnosis.
And what I'm asking is, even though we haven't written it down in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and I mean the like the Ohio State University or something, is it written down anywhere? Can one psychologist or psychiatrist rely upon a recipe or a list of criteria that everyone else would be using in your field as well?
There is no standardized approach you must follow. In other words, sometimes if we have a statute, for instance, it would identify what we must investigate. It doesn't exist like that. There's no statute directing it.
And there's nothing written down anywhere that says, of these 9 criteria, these things must exist. Controlling your partner, isolating your partner, beating your partner, so on and so forth, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, this kind of abuse can come in the form of emotional or mental abuse outside completely of physical or sexual abuse, correct?
So that is a component. You can have extreme mental abuse occur of a person, yes.
And if that person responds to that environmental stimuli of whatever it is the partner is saying or doing to them, they may internally view that as traumatic,
They could.
or they may not.
That's right.
It's entirely possible for 2 people to be in a 3.5-year relationship that has physical violence, and neither one of them feel traumatized by that. Is that correct?
That's right. If they have enough supportive or positive experiences that would negate that ratio, so of positive to negative, they may feel okay.
And a man can be subjected to this sort of trauma, whether it be physical, emotional, or sexual, by an intimate partner as well, correct?
That's right.
And it's basically it's unique to each relationship, right?
That is right.
But trauma is in the eye of the beholder. Is that fair?
Um,
Whether a negative experience traumatizes somebody is going to be in the eye of the person who experienced that stimuli, correct?
I only partially agree with you. It's a complicated answer because some of the manifestations of trauma are behavioral. So for instance, when I evaluate veterans who have returned and they may not know that they've been traumatized, their bodily responses that include like difficulty concentrating, they can't sleep, they're hypervigilant. The PTSD diagnosis encompasses outward manifestations. So even though they don't acknowledge trauma, you can still identify it as a clinician.
But still, somebody like a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor can go to scenes where there are dead bodies, go to autopsies where there are dead bodies, and not walk away with any trauma, correct? Whereas somebody else might.
Right. The environmental, I guess, cues for that person, and also working with law enforcement, they become seasoned to micro traumas. So almost every police officer can remember the first dead body they've seen. So it's in their memory. And then they become accustomed to seeing gruesome scenes. They have an increased tolerance over time because it's part of their job. It may not be part of their intimate relationship that they have with someone else.
Now, you brought up veterans. Is something common with PTSD with veterans? Something like firecrackers may set them off because it reminds them of acts of war.
That's right.
You're not suggesting to the jury today that if somebody who returns with PTSD from service and hears firecrackers is justified in going outside and just shooting bullets everywhere, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay.
You haven't said it.
What this battered spouse syndrome evidence is helpful for is not that subjective mindset, but rather helping to explain the objective circumstances that are presented to somebody and how it might be different from somebody with those experiences. They may view something objectively different.
I partially disagree with your question because I would say that there are incidents or actual events between partners that would be a factual thing, something has happened. And then the person subjectively experiences that as, intrusive or controlling or traumatic. So that is the person's felt or subjective experience. The objective part is what happened.
But again, as a forensic psychologist, you're familiar with the justified use of force instruction, correct?
I'm not a lawyer though, so I'm aware of it, but I cannot debate fine points of that with you. I'm sorry.
I'm just helping. I'm trying to understand what you said before, because there's a subjective component, whether or not a person believes subjectively that they need to use some sort of force, deadly or non-deadly. You agree with that, correct?
I do.
And then there's also a second component that it's objectively reasonable to the ordinary person to use force, correct?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
And what I believe I heard you mention earlier about battered spouse syndrome was originally it was meant to help understand why people stay in these relationships.
Originally, yes.
Because it may not just be intuitive to somebody who doesn't understand these things, why somebody who is abused time and time and time again would remain in that relationship, correct?
That's right.
And again, and I know you're not a lawyer, but if the law has evolved about retreat and not having to retreat and so on and so forth, that kind of changes some of the lens of this, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach. Check, question withdrawn. You may proceed.
All right.
That approach was
So you
so
would
fast.
agree that
This conversation is so interesting
hypothetically,
between the prosecution and this witness. It's very, very interesting to me. He made an assumption that she fully understand a legal concept of the assumed use of force needed within a situation, dependent or independent on someone's mental health status. And she's like, well, I'm not a lawyer. And he's like, okay, well, you work with a lot of them. And you are a psychologist who is a forensic one at that. So let's break it down. So yeah, this is very, very interesting. They are going up head to head with someone who just said she has PTSD and she acted out of ordinary due to her PTSD, battered person syndrome, and went to sleep with her boyfriend in a suitcase. And the prosecution's like, so let me just get this straight. A veteran, you brought it up, who has PTSD from, I don't know, war. They can just go kill people when it's the 4th of July and the fireworks go boom. She's like, oh, I did not say that. Okay, well, we have to sort of narrow this down then.
if somebody is running down their partner, saying negative things about them, telling them they're unattractive, telling them things that would potentially hurt their feelings, that could be an element of control of a verbally abusive relationship.
It could.
Propping one up, hypothetically saying, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, you'll never do better than me. Is that a potential component of the control that one in an abusive relationship might exert over an intimate partner?
Yes, to try to not encourage their partner to leave them. Yeah.
Considering gifts, hypothetically, that one partner has given to another partner, but considering it still to be your property because you gave it to them, is that a form of potential
see what he's
exertion of control
doing?
over an intimate partner? When you give somebody hypothetically a bike, but still consider it your own bike?
I mean, I don't think that's strong evidence of that. I think that it does happen in relationships and people do that in general, but I wouldn't say that's like really specific to this.
How about hypothetically exerting
He's
control over
lawyering.
your intimate partner's identification papers, such as a birth certificate?
So that can happen. People will hide things that are required for work. For instance, like your driver's license or things like that.
Now I'm asking yes or no questions. If Mr. Owens would like you to elaborate further, he's going to have that opportunity in a little bit. Okay. Hypothetically, if one partner destroys another partner's belongings, is that a potential exerting control in a relationship?
Yes.
Thank you. Hypothetically, is threatening to or actually using legal process as a threat against your intimate partner in a potential indicia of controlling your partner? For instance, X, Y, or Z, or I'm going to get you arrested.
Yes, I would agree that happens.
Do you see it? Do you hear it?
Now,
It's happening.
I
He's
assume
gonna drop
you
a bomb.
agree that the cycle of violence that we've described, the tension building, the blow up, and then the honeymoon phase, you would agree that just one of those cycles could be enough to give somebody a traumatic experience if they took it as a traumatic experience.
Yes.
The defendant described her first date with Mr. Torres to you, did she not?
She did.
And at the time of this first date, they had obviously just met that night at a bar, correct?
Right.
They were not financially.
All of those things that he was asking the question about is this, the bike, the papers, if you don't do this, I will get you arrested. Those are all the things that they have evidence for Sarah Boone doing to Jorge. Not the other way around. So they're playing the game, folks. They are playing the game. They are lawyering over there real good in this moment.
Financially
And
intertwined.
I'm appreciating
Correct.
it.
That's right.
They shared no children in common.
That's right.
They did not live together.
Correct.
And after this description that she provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Hitting her, first time she'd ever been hit in her life, correct?
Yes.
And making her crouch in like a fetal position on the porch for several hours to the point where it hurt her back, correct?
Yes.
Threatened to sodomize her,
Correct.
and she described that she was all bruised up, correct?
Yes.
After that, this is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
I believe so.
There was a second date, correct?
Yes.
Despite not having any of that intertwinement that we went through prior to this description, correct?
That's right.
Now, it is possible under what we've discussed, right? Just that quick one date can be that buildup of tension and blow up, correct?
Yes.
But it's different, hypothetically, than saying a spouse who is financially dependent on his or her other spouse in a 20-year marriage with a house full of kids than a first date, correct? You would agree in severity and the intertwinement, there's a difference.
There's a difference in intertwinement. The pattern can be exactly the same.
Now, of course, there are many different reasons why somebody will stay in a relationship that, when perceived from the outside, others would say is abusive, correct?
That's right.
The defendant described
Many,
that
many,
she
many,
felt
many,
like
many.
she was making Mr. Torres a better person, correct?
That's right.
A better father, correct?
Right.
A better ex-husband.
With phone calls. Yes.
And she would tell him to call his children,
That's right.
make sure that he sent them Christmas gifts,
Yes.
and make sure he sent his ex-wife money when she asked, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree those are indicia, or indicators, sorry.
Understand?
I know you need them. That perhaps she wasn't necessarily financially dependent on Mr. Torres, correct? I'm not saying conclusion, but those are indicators. If you're saying, please spend your money elsewhere, that I don't need your money, correct?
No, because even if there was money that was needed by Ms. Boone, her tendency to put the needs of her partner before her would direct her to do exactly that, like make him better, make him have the availability to visit his children, send them presents, even if she's the one that needed the money.
And in her perspective, Mr. Torres needed her to do this to make him a better person, correct?
I believe that, yes.
How many years of her adult life did she describe working?
I don't think she gave it a specific quantity. We just went through a variety of her jobs that she had in the past.
And, you know, she was low 40s when she met you? 4 years ago?
That's right.
Low
She'd been
40s.
18 for probably about 24 years. Did she give you a 24, right? 24 plus 18, 42?
Oh, you said for 24 years, and that's why I was confused. You can't be 18 for 24 years, but 24 years ago, I would agree.
Did her work history kind of flesh out to be 24 years is what I'm asking?
I'm not certain.
And at the time, in the apartment in 2020, she had not been working, correct?
That's right.
And had not been working for some time.
That's right.
And what she was doing was living off of the settlement that she had been bought out of with her husband, was lump sum, plus $1,000 a month in alimony and $100 a month in child support, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Torres who would work, correct?
He worked at Ace Hardware.
When he would show up.
Right.
Sometimes he didn't show up, is what she indicated, correct?
Yes.
Because of his drinking problems.
Yes.
Did she describe to you, well, let me strike that. She did describe to you one instance, at least, where violence occurred in front of her child, correct?
Yes.
And that her child had gone to school and reported it, correct?
Yes.
And you understand as a forensic psychologist that teachers are mandatory reporters, correct?
That's right.
Did you review any DCF records in this case?
No, I didn't receive any DCF record.
Did Ms. Boone ever indicate to you at any point in time she became too afraid to let Lucas come over to the house?
Yes, there were times where she would ask Mr. Boone, so Brian Boone, to not bring him there.
And Mr. Boone was aware of this because she would say things like that, correct?
Yes.
And at different times, she told you that she would go over to Mr. Boone's house to escape the violence of Mr. Torres.
That's right.
And February 24th of 2020, the child was scheduled to be picked up by Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Despite everything that she was aware of and what Mr. Brian Boone was aware of, correct?
Right.
And you saw in her police interview that she swore on the life of her son that she was telling them the truth, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Object.
Approach.
She did, though. She did swear on the life of her child that she forgot and went to sleep. And then when she woke up, she called her ex-husband and then was convinced to call the police. She did.
Objection sustained.
Or phrase it. She swore on her son's life that it was not intentional that she ended up killing Mr. Torres, correct?
Yeah.
I object.
Approach.
I object. I don't have the legal grounds for the objection, but let's approach anyway. We all saw the video. We were here.
Ms. Boone's diagnoses predated her relationship with Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes.
And so when diagnoses predate a violent intimate partner relationship, there is an independent cause, even though they may then later contribute to phenomenon, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that all mental disorders have an independent cause. Sometimes they're spontaneous or biological in nature.
Well, let's talk about hers. I mean, you're familiar with her prior diagnoses and you went through her childhood, so on and so forth, correct?
I did.
So she was bringing some things with her prior to Mr. Torres' relationship, correct?
She had these.
Also, yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, she did.
Thank you. You reviewed some Advent health records, correct, of hers?
Yes.
And some Aspire records of hers, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are times in the Advent health records where she goes to the hospital and then leaves before getting treated, correct?
Yes.
And there is a time when she goes to the hospital where she is described, their words, not mine, as having ETOH on board.
Yes.
Do you understand what ETOH means?
In a medical record, you would use that shorthand for alcohol.
Or ethanol, right?
Yes.
Drinking alcohol, not the other stuff.
Correct.
And in the records that you reviewed from Aspire, she came with complaints of depression in January of 2018, correct?
That's right.
And ethanol or alcohol is a central nervous system depressant, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, so let me know if I'm pushing you too far and you're not going to answer. But you are familiar generally with the effects ethanol has on the body.
Generally, yes.
And you diagnoses of alcohol abuse disorder.
I do.
And in your professional life or personal life, are you familiar with the standard serving size of drinks when you're evaluating somebody's drinking? For instance, hey, I only drink 2 drinks a day. All right, well, are they 64-ounce mugs of beer or are they 12-ounce? So are you familiar in that context?
It might be a question I would ask during evaluation. What are you referring to? Is it a mixed drink? Is it a shot? Like, I try to identify that.
Have you ever asked if somebody says they drank 2 glasses of wine, well, how big are the glasses of wine?
Sometimes.
And is your understanding that 5 ounces is the standard serving of wine since it's about 12% alcohol?
I'm not sure what the standard size is, but I would ask regarding like a wine glass.
And in January of 2018, when she came in crying and complaining of symptoms consistent with depression, she had a blood alcohol level of 0.165, correct?
I believe so.
And in October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was found stumbling by police, she had a blood alcohol or breath alcohol of 0.185.
I'm reacting to your description of her stumbling by police. I know she approached police for help. So
So there have been 2 sets of records, but I believe you may have the same set that I received on September 27th, 24. Can you turn to page 21 of 57 of the Aspire records?
mine aren't numbered, but I will.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. You may.
What I'm showing you is what is page 2157 on records from Aspire that's provided to me by the defense on September 27th, 2024. And just at the top, you read the first or the 4th lines.
All right, Judge, I would ask that she be allowed to read that entire paragraph of the rule of completeness.
Approach.
In October of 2018, there was a second visit to Aspire, and that was based upon her being found stumbling by law enforcement with a 0.185, correct?
She walked up. Okay. So I'd have to say no, the way you phrased the question.
Ma'am, Boone was stumbling due to her level of impairment, paren 0.185.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that part of the records you relied upon?
Yes.
Thank you. When you talked to Ms. Boone about that, she kind of just described an event of June of 2018 and blurring those 2 events, did she not?
No, she told me she had 2 different Baker Acts.
Did she describe it as being June of 2018?
I'll have to reference my interview note to find that if you would like me to.
No. Do you remember giving a deposition on October 1st at the state attorney's office downstairs?
I do.
And at that point in time, and I'll ask the opposing party, you want me to show her prior statement before I ask her
I
that?
think she's got a deposition.
Do you have your transcript?
I do.
Just,
So for the record, page 34 that I'm referring to, line 16, 17.
Why does it sound like he's not speaking into a microphone? He's really giving it to her.
Yes, I'm with you.
She described that as June of 2018.
That's what I said in my deposition, that she was describing her experience in June of 18.
And she described this experience as going to the hospital to find a pastor, correct?
Yes,
and ends up going to what we call Lakeside Bend and Aspire now, right?
yes.
And then what you described, when she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically regarding a significant episode of Jorge driving her roughly in the car, so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were two separate incidences. January, when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying that there's a record that we started with this conversation from October of 2018, and there is a description of her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are two different instances.
In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had
So
gone
many
out of town and she was
sneezes.
feeling lonely and
So
sad
many
about
sneezes.
having lost her job a few weeks earlier, right?
There were numerous stressors there, yes.
Nothing mentioned about any problems with somebody named Mr. Jorge or George Torres, correct?
You're talking about January?
Yes, ma'am.
Tried to get help. She did try, but at the end of the day, she zipped and flipped. Yes. Yeah. And that it's extremely unfortunate. As she's looking through her notes, let me turn down the fuzz. It is extremely unfortunate that even after seeking help, this all happened.
So
But
the hospital records are not.
the prosecution brought up a fantastic point. And I don't think it will go unnoticed by the jury when they were asking, okay, first date. First time that Jorge and Sarah were together and it ended badly in violence and fetal position, and now my back hurts and all this stuff. But yet there was a second date. There was no relationship. There was no intertwining of the two at that point. It was just a date. They were not together. They were not living together. They were not committed to each other. So I think that brought up an excellent point, and it drove home that this, whatever she is suffering from, the PTSD, um, battered person syndrome, has the events occurred prior to this relationship is what I heard. If you all heard anything different, please let me know. But that's what I heard her say, this witness say, is that the events that created a PTSD or battered spouse and whatever inside of her occurred prior to this relationship. This is a lot. This is a lot to happen. I wish this was just all day. Like, this should have just been an all day thing. It should have just been her, or like just the older guy who's like, hey, this is what PTSD and battered person is. And then here we are with this.
Referencing her relationship with George on.
But the prosecution is lawyering for sure. And doing it well, in my opinion.
Now, in talking about February 23rd, 2020 with Ms. Boone, you talked to her about that on several occasions, correct?
I did.
And part of one of those conversations, at least, was about an incident that she indicated had happened the night before February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated and told you that she had been dragged downstairs the night before the suitcase incident, correct?
That's right.
And in part of your review of this case, you reviewed all the crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And those include photographs of Ms. Boone, correct?
Yes.
And were there any indications in the photographs of injuries on her consistent with being dragged down the stairs of carpet?
I didn't see inside her scalp. So I didn't see photos of inside, her hair follicles and this area of her head. On her outward body, there were no indications of that.
And did you ask her how it was that she was injured during this dragging down the stairs?
I don't think I went through specific injuries to her. No.
What? Wait, what? Why? Why not?
Do you agree that alcohol intoxication affects the credibility of a historian that's providing history to you, patient, or a client?
If they're actively intoxicated, yes.
Huh. Ooh, that's an interesting answer.
Well, you and Mr. Owens.
That's an interesting answer. If they're actively intoxicated, yes, it can affect the retelling of the history of the past events if they're actively intoxicated. But if they are still, ooh, I don't know if the jury's going to like that answer. It may be a true answer. It may be a scientifically true response. But I don't think the jury's going to like it. I don't think the jury's going to be like, oh, okay, cool.
I talked about narcissistic personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-DR.
That's right.
And there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you're talking about the criterion of narcissistic personality disorder? Yes.
Like page 761 on your hard copy?
Thank you. All right.
Was I close? I have a digital copy.
760, but.
One of the criteria is has a grandiose sense of self-importance. For example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct?
Yes.
2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, correct?
Yes.
3, belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people, or institutions, correct?
So 3, just caveat, it says believes, not belief, but the rest of what you said I agree with is the criterion.
4, requires excessive admiration.
Yes.
5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations, correct?
Yes.
6, is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends, correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative. Agree.
7, lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others, correct?
Yes.
8, is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her, correct?
Yes.
9, shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now, you believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
Grandiose
Which one?
sense of self-importance.
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
Okay, we're getting into which ones. And if she shakes her head yes to all of them, we're going to have a difficult next question. We're going to have a difficult next question. He's going to go through the list and then he's going to say, yes, no, this one, maybe that one, not that one. It feels weird, doesn't it? It feels weird if we're stepping into a lane that we, as if you all are, I know the popcorn, I know. Can you see it in my face? I'm like too stunned to speak. Or it feels like we're stepping into like a massive HIPAA violation, but guess what? It's not. We are going to get answers that we definitely feel like we should not know about Sarah Boone, but unfortunately, she didn't unzip the suitcase. So this is information that would even if not streaming, would still be public record. So let's get into, I'm just going to go back and listen to her response and the question. This is great. This is very interesting.
You believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
1.
Grandiose sense of self-importance.
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love.
No.
You remember going to the state attorney's office on October 1st, 2024 and giving a deposition?
I do.
And it was in front of a court reporter, like not a court reporter here.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, correct?
Yes.
And referring to page 89, lines 18 through 20. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready to get
Did you give the
impeached?
following answer to the following question? Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love? And your answer was yes.
I did answer yes there.
She does not, according, in your estimation, does not believe that she is special and unique and can only associate with high status people, correct?
No.
Does not require excessive admiration, correct?
Correct.
Does have a sense of entitlement?
Yes.
Is not interpersonally exploitive?
Correct. It is not.
Damn it. Apple.
And when discussing whether or not she lacked empathy or was unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings or needs of others, you indicated that that might be the case, but it's not intentional.
In other words, she's not aware if she's inconveniencing others.
So there was 3 of those traits, correct?
Yes.
Not 5, which would be required, correct? For a diagnosis of the personality disorder.
If that were the correct diagnosis, you would need 5.
All right.
It's like a square is a rectangle, but a
During your
rectangle is not a
conversations with
square.
Ms. Boone, the defendant in this case,
I don't like how we ended that interaction. She would need 5. If that was the right diagnosis, 5 would be required. So a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. It's a very much forever going to be a yes and no answer. Yes, if she did have narcissistic personality disorder, 5 of these would need to be ticked. But even if 5 of these are ticked, it does not mean she definitively has narcissistic personality disorder. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Oh my gosh, this is wild.
she explained to you that cheating to her means when Mr. Torres would look at pornography, correct?
Correct.
Not a real life woman, right?
No, not that he was engaging in sexual intercourse with actual women.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
Why not?
You indicated in your conversation with Mr. Owens that some of the traits that are commonly seen in abusers would be control, jealousy, easily angered.
This could be, yes.
What other traits just common for abusers?
Being a person who segregates their victim away from other sources of support, somebody that exhibits coercive control, meaning that they would prevent the person from engaging in activities that would be independent, so restricting their ability to have independent, like life, job, money, things like that, that would be supportive of them being left, for instance. Other things would be using emotional expressions like rage to cause a physiological reaction in another person. So those could be additional descriptions.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving the suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes.
Such as baseball bat smashing the TV.
I really want to hear what she has to say about the suitcase videos. I really want to hear what she has to say because the prosecution's doing a great job making the jury go, ugh, I don't know if I'm vibing with this expert. The prosecution is doing a really great job of digging in, and just dropping little seeds of doubt. Which is great.
That's part of it, yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres?
Yes,
One prior 911 call?
yes.
Now, today you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Was that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right. And did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Wait, so you did not
Are
review?
you speaking of documents only?
Yes, materials
Body
other than
cam?
your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right.
Did she just say that she did not review the body cam? She didn't see the body cam of when the police showed up to the house finally the next day after she maybe had allegedly had another drink or two between calling her ex-husband and calling the police about Jorge being still inside the suitcase from last night. Is that what's happening? Did I just hear that correctly? Uh-oh.
Just checking with the
That's fine.
folders I prepared
That's
for
fine.
today. I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Okay.
Did you interview anybody else personally besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton.
All right. Anybody else?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in common, correct?
No.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
And yes,
This is he's bringing great job. Great job. He's bringing up a lot of things like why. So the only thing that my brain just keeps saying, oh, it's so ominous seeing that the suitcase in the box. Why? She doesn't have a chance to explain why. She will in redirect with the defense, but right now all I'm thinking, just speak for myself, all I'm thinking is why I can understand why you're not talking to the child. I can quite possibly understand why you're not talking to the ex-husband. Why are you not reviewing body cam? Why are you not looking at anything from the jail? Why are things not being looked at? Why? That's that. Not necessarily why didn't you do your job, but why? Can you explain why? Because that's a question that I have, and I would like that answered. Trials, man, trials.
she indicated
Oh,
as a
You
reward.
missed some stuff. Oh, wow. Okay. Give it about 5 seconds. I'll come back. There's just so
The
many
objection is sustained in part and
long,
overruled in part.
awkward breaks.
You testified earlier in the normal course of practice of forensic psychology and psychiatry, you all do rely upon the diagnoses of other experts, correct?
You can inform my opinion. Yes.
And you have not reviewed any electronic communications in the form of text regarding Ms. Boone's case, correct?
No, I did not.
Or recorded phone calls of any type, correct?
Well, not
Why?
one.
Other than that.
No, other than that.
Now, let's talk about the February 23rd, 2020. She told you that they didn't really have anything going on to do that particular day, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Did some chores, and then as a reward, they could rest after doing those chores, correct?
Right.
She indicated to you that she and Mr. Torres did not begin drinking until about 4 p.m., correct?
I'll have to reference.
Page 36 of your deposition, if you can use that.
Great. Thank you.
I love that he has that
Yes, ma'am.
ready. That's key, because the time is a ticking. You know, I should do that.
All right, I'm with you. Around 4 p.m.
And you reviewed the crime scene photos of this case, correct?
I did.
That included receipts for some purchases that were made at Publix on February 22nd and 23rd, correct?
That's right.
And one of those receipts was a purchase for a 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay at 12:17 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you question her about the inconsistency of them having purchased a bottle of wine at 12:17 that afternoon and not start drinking until 4 p.m.?
No.
And did she tell you that they had any wine left over from the day before that they consumed that day?
At some point, I'm not sure if it was the day that I was going through this line by line with you in my deposition, but I am aware, yes, that there was an unfinished bottle of wine from some other date.
And then, as the receipt showed, there was 2 additional bottles of 1.5 liters of wine purchased at 12:17 p.m. and about 5:30 p.m. on the 23rd, correct?
Right.
And were you aware of approximately how much Ms. Boone, the defendant, weighed at the time of this offense, February 23rd, 2020?
Around 100 pounds.
And in the first 413 pages of discovery, I believe, was the autopsy report, correct?
Right.
And so you're aware that Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at his death?
Yes.
Do you take into account
Magnum bottles of wine. Remember with the whole Magnum thing? The 1.5 liter bottle of wine is referred to as a Magnum bottle, and I just think that is
to
hilarious.
account this alcohol consumption when evaluating what Ms. Boone is telling you about the events of the day?
Yes.
Did she tell you whether or not she was intoxicated by the amount of alcohol she consumed that day?
Please silence your cell phone. You may proceed.
So she did not describe herself as intoxicated originally when we discussed this. So
So the answer is no. She did not describe herself as
intoxicated, right?
Hypothetically, if she had told the jury that she was intoxicated at the time of the offense, would that affect your evaluation of her credibility in the history she provided you?
No, because that was also my opinion.
Did she indicate to you in describing the events of February 23rd, 2020, that there was any point in time she just simply did not remember?
Yes.
And what points in time were those?
Oh, I don't know, man.
So she did not remember taking the videos of the suitcase or the incident in the suitcase until she was at the interrogation room, I guess, and then they were going through them with her. Then she recalled that.
I'm talking about specifically with you. Did she indicate that there were any portions of the night or day or night that she did not remember?
I can't recall anything specifically right now.
Hypothetically, if she had indicated to the jury that she did not remember the 9 or 10 minutes immediately preceding the first video being taken, would that be inconsistent with what she told you then?
No.
Well, she didn't indicate to you that she forgot any part of the night, right?
Right. She just didn't say that. So
Would it affect your evaluation of what she told you about the events of February 23rd, 2020, if she hypothetically has testified that she did not remember 10 minutes before the videos?
not really, no, because the event and the course of events that she narrated to me occurred over several hours. So when you interview somebody about circumstances of an offense, it's the usual for someone to not remember every single minute for hours at a time. I can't imagine that anybody's memory could hold that much unless they have like photographic memory or something.
I'm not asking about hours and hours, itemization of
No.
her day's events. We're talking about the 20 minutes of the offense. Does that affect the weight that you give her history she provided you? It's just yes or no.
No.
She's standing on it.
Now, what
Says
she
no.
indicated to you was
Nope.
the day had been going well. It was fun and games, correct?
Yes.
Conflict free?
To her, she said it was a good day. So
Okay.
that's what she told me.
She said it was a good day.
Yes.
And
She did
there comes a point in
puzzles
time where
and
the
art.
activities turn toward hide and seek, correct?
Yes.
And she goes up to the shower.
Right.
And when she comes down from the shower, that's when Mr. Torres is in this suitcase, correct?
Getting into it.
And she goes over to the suitcase and zips it, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe whether it was 100% zipped to you or just a certain percentage?
She said that it wasn't zipped all the way.
And still then, that was funny to the two of them at first, correct?
That's right.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad. Yes.
And that.
Because he
in
couldn't
turn
move or
made her
breathe.
mad.
That's right.
What the Mr.
What? He got mad, so she got mad because he got mad? Hold on. Hold on. I'm sorry. I hate going back, but I need to go back. It was funny. Ha ha, he, ha ha, ha, hoo, hoo, hoo. We're laughing, we're giggling, we're chuckling. And then he got mad, then she got mad because he got mad? No, I can't. Okay.
That's right.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad. Yes.
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
Why? Why
What
did that make her
Mr.
mad?
Torres was saying was, I can't breathe, correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
Well, I'm asking you about what you recorded her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
Well, what else was he saying?
Oh, Lord. What's happening right now? I feel, is this a fever dream? Am I having a fever dream? What is going on? Last time, I absolutely promise, last time of the day, last time we're going back. Last time. That's the final time. I'm so sorry, but this is so wild. The jury is sitting there like, what the what are you saying? What are you saying right now?
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
Why?
What Mr. Torres was saying was, I can't breathe, correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
Well, I'm asking you about what you recorded her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
Well, what else was he saying?
What are you saying?
She, at the time, she said that he said something that was making her mad. And so that's the extent of what we talked about at that moment.
So you didn't
What?
elaborate.
Hold the ever living rotary phone. Hold it all. Put it all, hold literally everything you can see in front of you. They were having a great time. Then he started getting mad. And then she got mad because he was getting mad. And he started saying, I can't breathe. But that didn't make her mad. It was the other thing he said that made her mad. Well, what was the other thing? She never said. She never said. Or did you not ask? She never told me all of the things that he was saying that made her mad. What? What? Girl. Girl, this is not it. This isn't it. And again, and again, the defense is ending up in a situation where what they wanted to happen is not going to happen. Oh, nice try though.
What something was that made her mad, correct?
Right. She said he said something that made her mad, and that started making her mad.
You didn't find it important to learn what specifically he said that made her mad, correct?
I don't agree that I didn't find it important.
Okay. Then explain. Why wouldn't you ask that question?
Yeah.
Because
explain
as
now.
a person who is traumatized is describing their experience, as a trained clinician, you will allow open-ended discussion of that experience. And so it's not an interrogation. You don't go asking confrontational questions at the time of their first narration.
Well, you had 9 visits with her. Did you?
Okay, I so get that. I am so glad he gave her a moment to explain. I get it. Mind you, I'm acting as a juror who can chit chat and shoot the shit with y'all. I get that. That's a fantastic explanation that eased some of the woe from the he said things that made her mad. The things, I don't know. That's fantastic. But he's going to follow up with, you saw her 9 times. Also, even though it's not an interrogation, sitting here and saying that things he said made her mad without knowing what those things were is at the same level of her just saying he made me mad. It's almost it's still not good. We understand it's not an interrogation, but there was never a follow-up. Okay. All right, chill.
Or did you follow up on your 9th visit?
I asked her different questions about
Did you ever ask
being
her?
confrontational.
Did you ever ask her specifically in any of your 9 visits with her what it was that he said that made her mad?
No.
Why?
She never described him doing anything to make her mad, but it was words, correct?
Right.
He couldn't do anything. He was in a suitcase.
And once she got mad, she decided that she was going to leave him in there for 2 minutes.
That's right.
Not 3, not 1, but 2, correct?
That's what she said.
Plus
And the
10
reason she was
hours.
doing that was because she wanted him to understand how it feels to be choked and what she had experienced.
That's right.
2 minutes, plenty of time to suffocate within a
Did you ask
suitcase
her
as well.
Why
I'm
she didn't
sure.
let him out of the suitcase after 2 minutes?
Yes, I did actually ask her that.
And what did she say?
Well, she thought that he could get out himself. That's one thing. She said that when she was able to unzip it, it was not some significant thing. She was able to unzip it easily. So she said it never occurred to her that he couldn't get out.
You may proceed.
I'm at a loss.
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
And did you understand what the metadata or what the timestamps were for each of those items?
I'm sure when I reviewed it, I saw the timestamp. Yeah.
Would you agree that 20 minutes is 10 times as long as 2 minutes?
I would.
And if Mr. Torres had not been able to get himself out of the suitcase within 20 minutes, she didn't indicate that she let him out, correct?
She did not.
She described to you, Ms. Boone being the she, that she was helpful to the police.
Yes.
Do you consider, do you agree with that assessment that she was helpful to the police?
Right. That's a great question.
In the sense that she was having conversations with them without counsel, I would consider that helpful to the police.
Do you think lying to the police is helpful to the police's investigation?
No.
No.
Do you agree that she was not truthful with them?
Yes, I think that I would agree with that.
And when she described getting Mr. Torres out of the suitcase, she described stretching his little legs.
Yes,
And she stated
Rude.
to you there was no fight that day, correct?
that's right.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
I need to clarify. Physical fight.
Right.
Yes.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable,
Yes.
correct? And then there's a description of a bat and her using it to nudge, right?
Poke.
Poke. And so do we agree that that means like poking out like this as opposed to swinging it like your baseball hitter?
I would.
And you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to review the autopsy photos?
Yes.
Did you question her when she said that she only poked him with the bat?
No.
Not in any of your 9 visits?
Did I question her about whether? Can you just repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly. Okay.
Did you ever, in considering the autopsy report and the autopsy photographs that you reviewed,
Yes.
when she said that she nudged or poked with the baseball bat, did you ever question her about that, given the severity of his injuries?
So to answer correctly, I did question her
What she-
about how she used the bat.
Okay.
And she reiterated that she poked and she gestured what she meant. So I did question her about that.
And did you have any questions about that history she relayed to you, given the other evidence in this case that you reviewed?
Just in contrast to the interrogation video. So that,
It didn't contrast to the autopsy photographs or report?
Judge, I object.
Approach.
Can I object? Yeah, that's kind of your job, my guy. But for what legal grounds is the question that we may never know. That he actually wanted to object for. she is not a medical examiner, so she does not have the ability to
You may
like sit
proceed.
there and
Did
say,
she indicate all this nudging?
wow, that bruise makes sense if she nudged him like this, because like there's science behind that she does. She isn't here for that. I don't know if he's going to ask her if she is assuming that a bruise on a back or an arm or a thigh or something is from her nudging him with a bat. I don't think that's fully appropriate, but I do see where he's trying to go. And he's been there. We're here. Where he's trying to go is where we are right now. We're existing in that space. And I think he has done a fantastic job. How much more does he need to do with her? I don't know, for the jury to be like, yikes, because we're already there. So I know lawyers really want to make sure they nail what their reasoning behind the questions are, because they can't just outright say like, you did a bad job by not asking these questions, or following up on this and this and this and this. But they can make sure the jury feels that when they're going
Or
through
poking with the bat was done while he was inside the
trial.
suitcase?
Yes.
She never told you that there was any nudging or poking with the bat when he was outside the suitcase?
Correct.
She indicated that she ended up flipping the suitcase over face down.
That's right.
The worst.
Did she tell you about Mr. Torres calling his brother earlier that evening?
No.
Did she ever give you a history about a loud boom occurring inside of her townhouse that evening?
No.
And you never had the opportunity, obviously, to interview Mr. Torres about these things, correct?
Of course not. No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination? Yes, sir.
I don't think he'll be here tomorrow, so he wants to get
Does
this
Tony
done.
talk to you about power and control, that an abusive partner will use power and control over the victim in a intimate partner violence situation?
Yes.
Threatening someone's dogs, is that an example of someone using control?
Yes.
Taking car keys from the other party, is that an example of control?
If they're withholding, yes.
Taking a phone and withholding a phone,
Yes.
a debit card,
Yes.
destroying a home, TVs, putting holes in the wall,
Yes.
not helping pay the rent and other bills?
So I would say that could be withholding, that could go under coercive control of another person.
What about violating a court order to have no contact with the person?
Yes.
That's all the questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be
Whoa,
released?
that was it?
As far as the state is concerned.
Mr. Rhodes? Thank you, doctor.
Thank you. Just allow me a moment to talk.
Collect all your stuff, ma'am. No worries.
No worries. I love hearing a judge say no worries. No worries, bruh. Wow, that was not a lot of redirect. I think he saw that enough damage had been done, that I don't think he knew how to redirect that that damage to do any sort of damage control. I think the prosecution did a fantastic job at sowing little seeds of doubt in the trustworthiness and the accuracy of this expert. I think they did a really good job. They asked some fantastic questions that not only flustered her and kind of threw her off her game, but she was able to say, no, I did not do that. Those are things that I did not do. And it may not have been things that the jury would have thunk that she needed to do or did do, but it was a great way to show the jury that, see, she didn't do everything she could. And even if it's things that she doesn't normally do, the redirect did not give her the opportunity to say that. the redirect did not give her the opportunity to say in the over 5,000 assessments that I've done, those things are not considered necessity or important in doing my assessment. I have never used that in every single she did not have the opportunity to explain all of her no's and all of her agreements that unfortunately showed in the prosecution's cross-examination. The defense didn't give her any space to explain to the jury why, and we are left with all those questions. Why did you not use this? Why did you not do that? Why did you not speak to this person? Why was this not used? Why did you believe this? Why? We were not given that. She is going off to her next probably death penalty trial. There's a lot of death penalty trials out there. Jesus Christ. That is quite unfortunate.
Sorry.
No apologies necessary.
I love this judge so much. And he's got those two people sitting behind him. Those are like law students who are observing and assisting and stuff like that. All right. They are approaching. And let's
again, same. All right, members of the jury, it is 4:01. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take that afternoon break. I got a couple things I got to address with counsel as well, so maybe a little bit longer, but we'll bring it back in as promptly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about that. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
All right.
So 3, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Nick Short, half the state with Jay.
Defense.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Bear for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at council's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. Mr. Owens, are there any other matters we need to address before you rest in the presence of our jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Judge, there's two orders that I'm going to be requesting to take judicial notice under 90.202 sub 6.
Okay, before he continues. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. So before he continues, we are resting the defense's case. They will be chit-chatting with the judge, with the court, and then they'll be bringing the jury back in, and then they will rest their case. So exciting. Oh my gosh, so exciting. Okay, what a wild day in court. Well, we'll do a little summary. Let's finish this up. Let's see if they have anything interesting to talk about. So when I was not doing this, I did some thinking about this, and I don't know. I am very interested in like the behind the scenes, the BTS of trial, but I also like to go and experience these trials, like the day to day, experiencing it as much as a juror as possible. So I am not sure if I want to continue to watch like these bits. So these sort of notices, these sort of mini hearings, if they have if they're doing like in-camera stuff, sort of like during trial deposition aspect of things, I don't know if I'm going to continue to watch them. I think I will, but not really take too much note of them and just sort of experience the trial as like a juror. I think that's what I want to do, just because I don't have like a basis of like legal knowledge other than someone who is interested in this stuff. I don't have like an education in it, so it's not as easy for me to sort of digest, but it is still very interesting. But with that, we will watch it because we've been listening to all of it.
Contact. I have copies of the certified copies of the orders. May I approach?
Yes. State, have you seen them?
Doesn't change my position.
Understand, but you have seen them.
I have not.
You have not seen them. Okay.
Doesn't change my position.
Understood. Okay. You can bring them on up.
He said, I don't want your paper. I don't want that
Thanks,
trash. I don't want that
Court
garbage.
No contact orders issued in case number 2019 MM5062 on or about June 16, 2019. And a no contact order in case number 2019 MM 5114, issued on or about June 19, 2019. Both cases styled State of Florida versus Torres George Jr. Let me hear any arguments as to the judicial notice from you, Mr. Henderson.
Judge, I think they're relevant. I think just from the testimony of redirect of Dr. Harper, saying that an element of control, the control is talked about greatly by the state, by pointing out things hypothetically that they refer to. They refer to them as hypothetically. However, they refer to things that they're developing on this Boone. These show that they were in fact orders, and the orders were for no contact. So these are elements of control in relation to George Torres.
So these are no contact orders that Sarah Boone had against George Torres. In 2019, she zipped up that suitcase in February of 2020, I believe. They were living together. WTF. What? So I'm going to need a little bit more. I'm going to need a little bit more.
Response.
So in regards to the judicial notice aspect, we don't dispute that that can be a substitute for authenticity. However, they're not relevant, they're not admissible. They contain statements that were made by people who are not testifying. Just because an expert relies on something doesn't mean that it's admissible. What happened during redirect with Mr. Owens was he was asking, what are the hypothetical things that we rely upon in making these determinations as an expert about whether there's Dagger spouse syndrome or not? So one of the many inadmissible things that he mentioned was pretrial orders of no contact. So it's fine. The expert can certainly rely on the fact that there may have been pretrial contact orders or no contact orders that were involved in this case, and she considers that. That doesn't make them admissible. There has been testimony, I believe, from Ms. Moon that there was pretrial no contact orders and violations of them. It's not a fact in dispute. It's just that doesn't mean that the paperwork comes in as evidence. So that's our objection, is it's irrelevant and hearsay. Just because an expert relies on inadmissible evidence doesn't make it admissible.
What's your response to hearsay?
Judge, I think under the, as to hearsay, I think the statute takes care of that itself, because it says that the court can take judicial notice. So that's the foundationary part. And it's not hearsay. It's an order of the court. We're in a case where we've gotten evidence of past domestic abuse. There was evidence of it, started with the state, about control. And these are things of control. And I'm sure the state's going to, in rebuttal, they're going to come up with things that they feel either by body cam or any other evidence that shows her exercising control. This shows Mr. Torres exercising control. It is very relevant.
But how's it not hearsay? Just because it's a court record, it's still out of court statement. It's certainly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. No contact order.
Judge, that's why we have the thing that the court could take judicial notice of. There are certain things that court.
But the case law says you can't utilize judicial notice to get around hearsay. I know 9202 says that I may take judicial notice. 9203 says that upon sufficient notice being provided, which the state is conceding based on their argument, the court shall take judicial notice of items identified in 9202. But my question is, the case law, as identified in Professor Earhart's treatise, specifically says in Dufour v. State, 69 7th 3rd, 235, which specifically talks about notice of judicial documents in a court file, that doesn't get you around hearsay. So what's your response?
Let me go through hearsay in my mind again.
You're fine. Take your time.
Did he say, hold on, I got to figure this out? Uh-oh.
Judge?
Yes.
I'll start this way first. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is business records exception. So if it's a business record and it's kept in the normal course of business, then someone can come in and lay the foundational things for the business record exceptions to the hearsay rule. However, in this case, that would not be needed if the court takes judicial notice of it. That eliminates the necessity to do a business record in that foundation, because the court, under the statute, 90.2026, can take judicial notice of court orders. This is a court order that's certified. I think it's an exception to the hearsay rule. Also, I think the probative value of these documents outweighs any prejudicial effect.
Any other argument?
No, Your Honor.
Any other argument, State?
The fact that there was a
Like-
pre-trial court order
Yes.
of no contact between them is going to come in. I mean, I wanted body worn cameras. Mr. Torres is like, well, the court said I couldn't, but she said I could come. And I believe she testified to that during her examination. My objection is to the paper and the grounds that I've argued.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. State v. Mobley, 98 Southern 3rd, 124 by the 4th District Court of Appeal, cited in 2012, says that there's a procedure that specifically needs to be followed for judicial notice, as set forth in 9202 and 9203. State is conceding that although there's not a writing, they're not objecting to the judicial notice concept. They're objecting to the evidentiary bases. I do find that it is relevant, but the problem is I have with hearsay, and court in relying on the Florida Supreme Court decision in Dufour, D-U-F-O-U-R v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235 at pinpoint 253 by the Florida Supreme Court in 2011, which states, while the court may take judicial notice of documents in a court file which were properly placed there, this notice would not make the contents of the documents admissible if they were subject to challenge, such as when a document is protected by privilege or constitutes hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement that is being offered for the truth, to wit, it is a no-contact order, and the requisite requirements for a business record under 98036 subsection A have not been met, nor has there been a certificate from the custodian of records as to those things, as required by section 6, paragraph C, and the timeliness of a certification. So I cannot accept judicial notice of these two documents. Even though the state is not conceding the procedure for judicial notice, I am sustaining the state's objection as to hearsay under the grounds and the exceptions that you have offered.
I love Judge Krynick. Oh my gosh. He said, okay, hey, real fast. I get it. Like, for sure. Like, I totally hear both of you. But then he just laid it all down like an absolute boss. That was great. That was fantastic. That was really awesome to watch. Great judging. Like, great vibes, great energy. What a great judge. I mean, from what I don't know him.
Judge, we do have the clerk of court subpoenaed. I don't know where they are. I assume they're somewhere in this building. I believe they sent some message to us back before the hurricane about what they needed to come, and we said to be continued. So we haven't gotten back up with them yet. So
I was like, so
take some time.
what?
Check on that. It's 4:30.
Was the subpoena still for this time period?
Yes, I believe it was a 3-week period.
Okay.
But we haven't followed back up with them. This came up
Sure.
late.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
I don't know whether you could just go ahead and send them to home for the evening, and let me see if we can find the clerk maybe in the morning, and then we can rest in the morning, and then the state has Dr. Werner. This is probably going to take me a little bit of time.
I'll give you that opportunity. Absolutely. If you want to, sure. If you want to try to do it now or do it tomorrow, I'll leave it to you. Because I can't imagine it would take long if we're able to get a records custodian or a person to lay the foundation. I can't imagine it would take that long.
Aren't they in the building?
Yes. 3rd floor. Sure.
I suggest we go ahead and let the jury go. It's 4:30.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to take to do that, but we can present that in the morning and then rest in the morning, and then
Of course he wants
That
to
works
go
for me.
home. Of course he wants to go home.
I'm not going to make some
He wants to be done. He wants
I
to.
was conceding the authenticity. I don't understand the relevance of it coming in.
Are you now withdrawing your hearsay objection?
Well, I still believe it's hearsay, but I think it's cured by it's a public record and it's stamped and all that stuff.
I know, but no one's made that argument yet.
I don't want to punish some poor clerk.
Okay.
I won't object to them coming in.
Hold the phone. This is great. Wow, what a great day. What a good day to come back. Okay, so this is great. So the prosecution's like, okay, yeah, okay, so okay, we're gonna subpoena and hunt down a documentarian custodian, like someone who like oversees like the paperworks and all and the stamps and the to authenticate and all that stuff inside of the courthouse. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not doing that. We don't have to do that. I don't concede to it not being real. Like, I know this is a real document, and I see that it's a real thing, and it can be used and as for experts to rely on and all that stuff. But but it's like the hearsay is like the only, like, that's the issue. And he's like, no, the judge is like, I hear you, that's great, but you didn't make that argument, you made a hearsay argument. So from the arguments that were made and the judgment that I had to give, that's where we're at right now. And he said, I don't want to punish some poor clerk. It almost sounds disrespectful, but in my brain that gave me, I don't want to make this person who works so hard day in and day out and has to deal with all of our garbage, all of our ridiculous requests and nonsense every single day. I don't want to have them to stop doing their job and then me bother them more by them coming into my job. Is that really necessary? Do we have to do this to someone who doesn't deserve it to be done to? They don't need to. So let's hear what the judge has to say.
But it's a slippery slope for other records. We'll see what we do.
Okay. All right. So the state is still maintaining its hearsay objection. I do find that it is relevant.
But I don't make the argument.
So then what do you want to do, Mr. J?
I'm stipulating to, if the hang up for the court and the defendant is that they believe a clerk of the court needs to come in and testify, I'm conceding that issue, so that person does not have to do whatever that issue is.
Okay. All right. Fine. Then based on the concession by the defense, by the state, excuse me, do you have any other objections with regard to these two non-contact orders, Mr. J?
No more.
Okay. For the reasons previously articulated, I do find it's relevant. The state has withdrawn its hearsay objection. Do you want these as a composite or individual?
Individually.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you pre-mark them and then we'll identify them, please?
Oh, okay. So the prosecution, Mr. J, just saved the day for a court clerk. Oh my gosh. So someone who handles all of the things and make sure people do all of the things, and they get all of the things. I just assumed, I went off of them saying yes, she's in the building, third floor and all that stuff. So that's why I went with she. But let me just say they handle all of the things. They are such an integral part of the trial, of the court process, of the day to day, making sure people are are knowledgeable of what things are happening, what the schedule is, what time the things are, where they are, how they're done, when they're done, who they're done by. Like, they are so integral. And he withdrew his hearsay objection to not put one of their clerks through having to take the stand and having to set the foundation for this document, two different documents saying that there was the court documents of a no contact order. So I thought that's great. I think that is absolutely fantastic. I don't think it will change anything if the court clerk sat down and set foundation for these documents or not. And I think he realized that. Fantastic.
Please.
Do not put anyone through. Okay. They're busy. They're so busy.
The no contact order in 2019 MM 5062 dated June 16, 2019 has been pre-marked as AB, and the no contact order in 19 MM 5114 dated June 19th, 2019 is dated as AC. Mr. Owens, you can approach. Let's just tackle a couple other housekeeping matters that we have. You can move those in when our jury returns into evidence. Are there any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir, that you're going to be offering this afternoon?
I don't believe so, but we're intending on resting either this afternoon or first thing in the morning, but we want some time to talk to Sarah Boone and explain to her, why we think we should rest, not call any further witnesses, not introduce any other exhibits, just to make sure that we're all on the same page with her about what our strategy is. So we need a little bit of time. I don't know if you want to go ahead and excuse the jury for the night and then have us come back in the morning and do that colloquy with the court, with the defendant, but we do need some time with her.
Okay. All right. So then here's what we'll do. I'll bring in the jury and I'll excuse them. You can save those pieces of paper and you can move them into evidence tomorrow morning and then present. That'll work. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring the jury back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and you can continue with your evidence presentation at that time, including but not limited to calling any additional witnesses. Court can have any further colloquy with the defense at that time. The state then can put on its rebuttal case. The state, how long do you anticipate ballparking it for the court, your rebuttal case?
I don't believe Dr. Warner will take long on our part. I'm not sure how long it'll take on their part. And then there's about...
How long is that for your part?
I'm not going to hold you to it, Mr. J.
Probably less than 30.
How long do you anticipate your cross being? And ballpark it again. I won't hold you to it.
If his direct is 30, my cross is probably going to be 30.
Okay, what else do you have to present?
And then there will be about 2 hours of videos from body worn camera and from the phone extracted.
Mm-hmm.
And then reading a good bit of phone text messages into the record.
Separate apart from the 2-hour video presentation. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, so that's going to take us in tomorrow afternoon. Are we going to be in a position for the state to rest its rebuttal case tomorrow and proceed with closings? Or are we going to proceed with closings Friday morning after having the opportunity to have a full, not that we would not have a full charging conference, but after having a charging conference Thursday afternoon with regard to the jury instructions?
I just don't know how long. I think all the instructions are pretty relatively simple and straightforward, except for 3.6.
Agreed. 3.6F. I agree.
That's not going to be simple or straightforward in any way.
The instruction is complicated. I agree.
And special jury instruction about our spouse that we're requesting.
Okay.
There's different courts, Judge, here in Florida that have used the special instructions. There's different courts in other states that have used a different instruction. We've looked at a bunch of them, so I don't know what this court is going to be inclined to do if we so inclined to give a special instruction on about a spouse, whether or not you want to consider one of the local courts, the Palm Beach County case that I mentioned before with Dr. Brennan. There was a special instruction in that case. And then we've got some in states.
He's so well spoken.
Has a draft of that been circulated yet?
Not to the court.
Okay. All right. All right. So
Oh, the defense just loves to talk, but never ever produce actual documents. Twice in just this last 15 minutes, there's words about all these big things, but nothing has been handed over to the prosecution. So they are just tidying up scheduling. The defense is going to rest. The prosecution does get a rebuttal case. And so they are going to be going over some pretty intense and time-consuming things. So text messages, reading text messages. They're going to watch some body cam. There is going to be another expert witness. So it's going to be a pretty heavy day of all the things. And then they might get to closing depending on how long all that stuff takes, and they have to do their sort of pre-closing hearing, just kind of tidying up all the jury instructions and all that stuff, and then they will do their closings and hand the case off to the jury. So we will watch the next day of trial on Sunday. I'm gonna stream on Sunday because I got it off, so might as well. Let's finish this
here's what we're going to do. Okay. Let's just see how long the rebuttal case takes. And then if we have to do closings Friday morning, we'll have to do closings Friday morning. I'd rather go through and spend the time to make sure that we're all on the same page with regard to the instructions, especially due to the complicated nature of 3.6F. With regard to those, the court will have Ms. Barrios email you till she just started her drive back to Kissimmee, so it might come a little bit later this evening. I will have Ms. Barrios email to you all the red line that the court has worked on so far of the jury instructions provided by the state. The defense is to provide its markup of the 3.6F and 3.6G instructions and any other defensive instructions that the defense seeks to have read to the jury.
Before 9 o'clock in the morning?
I think so. That gives the state the opportunity during the lunch hour to review them in advance of our charging conference.
I'll have it done before 9.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
There was one thing, the state had filed a motion requesting a special instruction as to, I think it goes to voluntariness. I read the motion and the proposed instruction. I have no objection to it.
Okay, all right. So just so the record's clear, we're referring to the state's request for special jury instruction regarding Florida Criminal Standard Jury Instruction 3.9B, defendant statements filed October 22, 2024. The provision that the state seeks to add to the 3.9B instruction reads as follows. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. The state, state, have I read that correctly?
I believe so, without reading it myself.
And defense, you have no objection?
No objection, Judge. And it's my understanding that's going to, there's already the standard instruction. That's an add-on to the standard.
It's just a matter of where y'all want it. So I will add this to the red line to be set out this afternoon. Ms. Boone, I want to have a couple other conversations with you, ma'am. Again, I don't want to know specifics of anything that you or your attorneys have discussed, just whether or not you've had those discussions. Did you hear the court read the proposed additional language to the jury instruction about your statements?
Just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you repeat one more time?
I can. So just to give you some background, ma'am, there's a form instruction. It's 3.9.
Hey, Miss Sarah Boone, why weren't you paying attention the first time? These are instructions that the jury, who decides your fate, are gonna go off of basing their judgment on you on. Pay freaking attention, ma'am. Stop smiling. Stop smiling, everybody.
9B, and it talks
Focus
about
up.
how the jury is to consider your statements that were read to them and provided in evidence through the course of the trial, and that they're to consider the voluntariness of those statements and whether they were coerced. The state is seeking to add the following language to that instruction. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. Do you understand that portion of the instruction?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about it?
No.
Okay. Have you had conversations with your attorneys about the proposed additional language that I just read to you?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's go ahead and have those conversations tonight when you all break, and we can go over this tomorrow when we have the charging conference. But I'll go ahead and add it to the red line for the purposes of our discussion tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything else, state, we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, let's
We're
go
like-
ahead and bring our panel
we're
back
all
in.
talked
And we'll
about
tell them
this.
we'll commence tomorrow with additional evidence and testimony at 9 a.m.
All right. Okay. We're going to close that out because he just brings the jury in and then sends them home and then says, don't look at anything. Don't exist in the just go home, go sleep, have a snack, go sleep. And then we will be back the next day to do more of the same. So I will be back Sunday. What's today? Friday. I won't be here tomorrow, but I'm gonna be here Sunday. Sunday is the Super Bowl. Did you guys know that? Merlene's like, oh, I know about the Super Bowl. Ah! Merlene loves football. I don't like football. I don't care. I'm not gonna pay to watch it. I know it's on Tubi. I think you can watch it like on Tubi, but I don't care. Anywho, what happened today? A lot happened today. There was so much that happened today. This was an insane day. Where we left off in the Sarah Boone case, I don't think if we were just like back then a couple months ago to just watch this next day, I don't think I would have been even prepared for this day. Even then, this was extremely important day, almost more so than Sarah Boone testifying herself. I think this was really, really eye-opening for the jury. I think a lot of sort of, I don't want to say decisions, but sort of finishing thoughts were made about Sarah Boone, unfortunately, after today's full day of testimony. Um, Man, it is not easy to be a juror. Not easy to be a juror, and they're going to have a very tough day on day 5. They're going to have a tough day, lots of videos to watch, lots of, with bad quality and beep beep beeps and the fuzziness and listening to a lot of text messages. It's going to be very dry for them. But I am sure it will be extremely important. The prosecution saved the day for a court clerk, which is good. We don't really like watching court clerks get on the stand, take the stand. Not into that. Other than all of that, wow, Sarah Boone, wow. We will be back on Sunday. Let me let me just put this in the chat one more time because I think it'd be really funny and really goofy and fun and I would love it if you the person who's listening right now, whoever you are, if you went over to this channel and went to one of the most recent videos and just made a note of how super cool and super kind and super super smart and super brilliant your editor is. There's just, as a just as a, that'd be really funny and I'm into it. They'd be like, what is happening? Because I don't think they're not here. They're adults with like normal jobs, I think. So that would be cool. Other than that, I'm really happy to do this again and be here, and hopefully we can grow this channel to having and when I say this, don't get me wrong, I love the voices that are here, the folks that are here now. I'm obsessed with y'all. Y'all are my favorite. But I would love to see this channel grow. So hopefully we can do that. If you have any ideas, any suggestions, anything you want me to do, anything you want me to try, anything you want me to watch, send them on my way. Send them on my way. Because I'm into it. I'm into it. I'm into it. And I will leave you all with my intro, which is not my outro, but I don't have an outro, so it'll be my intro. I will see you all on Sunday if you're down for it. Yes, yes. I just need things. I need like inspiration to things. I think like doing like heavy things and not heavy things, like heavy things and not heavy things. I think having like a continued like, here's some heavy hitters, here's some heavy hitters, here's some heavy hitters, like the murder can be a lot. So maybe if it's like, here's some heavy things and here's some not so heavy things, here's some heavy things, here's some not so heavy things, just kind of break it up and like alleviate any sort of effects that it's having on my brain that I may not even be aware of at this time. so that's that, that's what I'm thinking. I'll see you Sunday if you want to. If not, I'll be here, if not, that's fine. But I'll be here Sunday to get this day going with all of the stuff and then hand it over to the jury, and then we get a verdict, and then we can move a lot. Well, then we'll talk about Sarah Boone verdict to current time a little bit. Okay, I'm leaving. Goodbye. I'll see you later. Be good, be safe, take care. Be good. I'll see you Sunday. Okay, bye.